Oh, thank goodness. It just worked. It just worked this time.
Good, good.
That's like such an immediate relief. Oh, man. Okay, let me submit that. Now it's awkward because now I'm like 20 minutes early. But you know what?
I don't think there's any problem with having like the waiting screen for that long.
Well, funny enough, I only have the waiting screen set to automatically transition after 5 minutes.
Hmm.
We'll
need more than that.
I mean, also, the stream's started. I can technically, like, the 5 minutes is basically to give me a few minutes to post all of the links, like, speaking of which. And of course, it's just kind of also to give people a couple minutes to, you know, if anybody wants to ask, you know, any early questions or whatever else while we get set up here. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's live and everything's good, so, I mean, I'm just relieved. After Monday. Oh my gosh. The nightmare is over. Oh yeah, you're still not on Blue Sky, are you?
No, not yet. And I don't know if I want to or if I need to or what I'm gonna do with that.
I've had a fine experience on the site so far, so I mean, really, what was that?
Maybe I'll look at it sometime.
How else are you gonna see one of the few places I post anything? Of course, now that's, I guess, the silly question of whether the fact that it doesn't require as much effort to get into now makes it less appealing for you. Let me restart that. Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah, it's more about what kind of an experience do I have with it. Can I use this to keep up with what my friends are doing?
Yeah. I haven't seen anything weird like it putting things out of order or putting likes into my feed. So that alone makes it kind of appealing. I feel like I'm forgetting something. But I think we'll be fine here in a couple minutes when the stream really gets going. Okay. Yeah, we scheduled this.
I'm gonna go on mute for a few minutes. And,
oh right. Yeah.
Yep, I'll be back soon.
Cool beans. Yeah, I guess with how I've set up the stream today, it should be transitioning to the game minute or two. Actually, I wonder. I feel like for fancy presentation reasons, I should close the game and reopen it so the logo appears to make it really feel like a actually well thought through video presentation.
Your video presentation will begin shortly. Great Gun Gauntlet is releasing to Steam Early Access March 15th.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so let me exit the game. I forget. Do I have the game set up in a way where if I click away, I think it won't play the yeah, right? Nope, it will. Ah! Okay. Oh man. Okay, so... the... Hello. Well, I mean, I guess that timed out almost okay. Welcome. Gold will be back in a couple minutes, and for now, I am your host, Crab of Golden Crab Studios. And yeah, I'm here for anybody that wants to ask questions about the game or just watch some gameplay over the next unreasonable number of hours that I will be streaming. I really wish I could stream at a slightly higher bitrate, because I already did one stream before, and obviously I feel like the conveyors in the game look a little better, like, with all the little details on them, but for the sake of bitrate, we'll stick with the simple ones today. For the sake of the bitrate. But anyway, I suppose if everything's set up, let me make sure the stream isn't playing in the background real quick. If everything is set up and nice and good to go, I will just get to playing some gameplay. So the demo includes the first 2 levels of the game. In the first arena of the game, as we call them. I guess we call them gauntlets, and we call them arenas. Thus the name. And, yeah. Startup program introduces you to most of the mechanics and obstacles and guns. And Gun Gauntlet is a just simple showcase of just survive the guns. Later gauntlets will include all kinds of other weird remixes of the various concepts. It's well, it's a little hard to explain until I let you see a couple more of the obstacles, but yeah. Great Gun Gauntlet is basically, I guess you would call it a survival arena, but you could also kind of consider it a bit of a shoot 'em up. It's just a bit strange because you yourself do not have a gun. You use their weapons against them. We've actually been hard at work. Working on maybe giving it a little bit more of a level structure. It's hard to explain, but soon enough we'll probably have a blog post about that. Sorry. Having already done one of these streams this week, my brain is in a state of like, okay, what do I talk about? Do I just talk about everything I already talked about? It's a little weird. But
Made
I guess...
it back.
Oh, hello. Gold has returned to us.
I feel like I'm late, even though we're early.
Oh, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I'm just playing. Now, again, every time I showcase this game, the one difficulty I always have is that I've practiced so much as our primary tester that it's kind of hard not to just show all of the content of the demo. Like,
Yeah.
oops.
He makes this game look a lot easier than it is. Like I've tried my hand at test runs here and there. I can usually make it about 3/4 of the way through, and then I do something stupid when I get there.
Also, there was a little bit of crust, and I'm not sure if it's because I'm streaming or if at some point maybe we should consider switching to Slack if your audio gets crispy on them. I didn't even think of that when we set up.
I can hear you fine, so just let me know if my end is a problem.
Yeah, obviously the important thing is to make sure chat can hear you. Man, it's like the Splatoon stream we had. Oh, that was horrible, where I was just trying to just trying to talk to you, and Discord's like, no. Actually, I guess one interesting thing to talk about is there's a lot of bullets flying around on screen. Is something that I was just working on last night. Something that had been bothering me for the longest time in development, and I finally found a solution to. I did not like how bullets would get, like, you couldn't see them through smoke, or if there were a lot of these points capsules, little green and blue things. So something I just posted about last night is I actually, in the next patch, will have a little visual improvement to the game that'll keep bullets visible at all times. So that's the kind of stuff we've been working on for recent, like, quality of life improvements.
Yeah, that was a case where I came back to my computer after waking up, and I see that you're talking about the finished feature, and then I see the conversation where you bring it up as an issue in the first place, so you figured that one out pretty quick.
See, because I rely on Shader Graph to make all the custom shaders in this game, I didn't think I could solve it as a problem, because they don't give you access to the Z-test feature, which is crazy to me, because that seems kind of important. But then I realized, wait a second, I can just copy the shader code from what Shader Graph generates, and just modify that one piece of code. I don't really know how to write shaders, but I know how shader logic works, so if I know a part exists, I can still modify it.
Yeah, you know it better than I do, but from what I understand, that's basically how you work with shaders until you become an absolute master of them.
Yeah, I do need to learn actual shader code. Just, I mean, the game looks amazing, but there's always more. I'm always greedy for more. For instance, this effect, the little warping on the screen when you die, it has, like, some little limitations, and I'm like, I want more! I want my game to look pretty. Also, I'm really hoping I have Steam's settings set right, because I know a lot of people are just gonna lurk and watch gameplay, but not having anybody, not having anybody I know that I can just get to, like, talk and chat that's not you, I'm not sure. For all I know, I've done something wrong and nobody can talk. Because I think you would always have access?
I'm not sure. I don't actually know if I have any special permissions through this or not.
See, I think the thing is, I can't remember, but you might own Great Gun Gauntlet, like the actual version of it. I may have given you a key. I can't remember. Or I may have given you access.
Mine was a demo key.
Okay. I'm trying to remember, because there is definitely a setting that I'm pretty sure I set right. That's like, only those with the game can chat. It's like, no! That's impossible right now! But anyway, my paranoias about setting up streams aside, where was I with improvements in visuals? Yeah, we're actually preparing another patch for the demo. A couple little visual improvements. We have added a slider for thumbstick sensitivity. So if there's anybody who has tried the demo that finds controlling the character to be, like, a little too slippery or a little too snappy, because, like, you can do, like, little micro movements, but you have to move the thumbstick pretty small. We will have a slider in the next version of the demo that should improve. Like, you should be able to set it if your thumbstick's just way too snappy. Besides that, I guess Gold's current task is to get keyboard customization working. Because, like, I don't recommend using keyboard, but we really shouldn't neglect that on a PC platform. But yeah, for me, I've improved the visuals for the bullets being able to be seen through. If you look at our Blue Sky account or follow our Discord server, we've been posting little things like that. I can actually probably grab a link to the Discord and put it in chat if anybody's interested. But I'll do that after surviving a session. Or dying. That works too.
I would grab that link, but I'm not sure if I have the correct one.
Yeah, I should just give you, like, a file I have of all of the URLs. that would probably be convenient. Oh yeah, we never logged you back into the contact email. I mean, probably.
We'll figure that out tomorrow.
Right. Oh yeah. Are you up for doing a work call tomorrow? Considering we're gonna be here a while. I mean, I won't force you to stay the whole stream tonight if you don't want.
This was kind of the only thing I had planned today, and I figured tomorrow would just be our normal kind of work day, so I am totally fine with what's happening. Stay alive out there, by the way.
Right? The chat is getting a full example of why the lasers have mercy time when they enter the arena. This game would be incredibly unfair without that mercy time. Oh, getting greedy! I saw shields! I wanted them! Oh my goodness. I am still debating.
You mentioned that
oh, go ahead.
3/4 is usually as far as I get. These lasers are one of the reasons why.
Yeah.
It's like I can survive them, but they cover so much of the arena.
I am still considering making this first level easier and, well, okay, maybe not quite easier as much as shorter. I don't really like the fact that it's as long as it is, considering there's so many more levels I'm adding. So I might cut down on a little bit of it, just to make it a better introduction level. Oh boy. Anyway, say hello to the first boss. Currently, the plan is for each arena to have a boss fight, and each boss fight is a little different with with each gauntlet. Can't speak. Oh yeah, another thing coming in the next patch. There was a change I wanted to make that might ever so subtly improve potential input delay. Because for a game like this, even a single frame of input delay, if we can improve it, like it, I have a hard time testing if there's any input delay at all. But I do want to do things just in case. Okay, I'm like playing against this boss like like I don't know if you saw that like weird thing where I like trailed after it to get another bullet hit, but I'm getting very aggressive with it right now. But yeah, the change I wanted to make for now I'm holding off on it until we figure out what went wrong. As the change I tried to make to improve the input delay got rid of the ability to recharge from some of the power-ups, and that's like a very important mechanic. Like, whoops.
Right, you mentioned that. I have not had a chance to try that or take a look at it since you mentioned it.
Yeah, that's just a weird one. I mean, I can just exclude that from the next patch and put it in another one, but... yeah.
Probably just some kind of quirk of the logic or the timing of it or something. I'll look at it when I get a chance to.
Right, yeah. 13 minutes. Not bad, not my best. Just checking a couple things real quick here. I will get the Discord link in chat. Boom bada boom. That should be the correct one for anybody interested. Again, you'll be able to opt into notifications for updates, and oh gosh, what did I just do? There's a couple controls we haven't disabled during the results screen, and like, I keep forgetting to tell you about it. Like, you can probably see I'm boost.
Are you slowing down time while the game's not in play or something?
Yes. There's a couple weird things like that. I keep forgetting to report.
Not going against our personal law of physics now.
It is surprisingly hard for a game like this to keep, like, the state of play consistent, because for a lot of games, you will have the game transition to, like, completely different scenes for different levels. But for a game like this, you end up getting, the fact that everything is so cleverly, like, built into, like, one scene, in such an efficient way, that there's just so much logic that we have to reset. Anyway, now playing Gauntlet. 1 second. I gotta double check something. Okay, good. I just didn't want the stream to be playing in the background while I was playing. Gonna run circles around you. Or just get myself murdered trying. Where was I? I was talking about updates and improvements and continuous development. I am...
Yeah, you,
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I need a minute.
Okay. Yeah, so one thing I've been very happy with recently has been the sense that after ages of putting the game together, now that everything's coming along with the demo and with the upcoming release, it does feel like development's going a lot faster. And I think that's because we've got most of the big features out of the way. But yeah, so there's just this satisfaction of getting patches out. I mean, I feel like I've put an update out basically once a week for the last few weeks for the demo. At a certain point, the demo will probably stop getting updates, as a lot of the updates are just quality of life features we're working on for the main version that, well, why not put them in the demo as well, you know? So, at a certain point when we focus on larger features that are main game only, well, yeah, the demo will probably be put on, like, I guess the back burner. We'll probably, like, later into development, we'll make, like, a new version of the demo, which, same general content, but I imagine there'll be even more, like, quality of life things to add in. So, I mean, hey, if you just want to play 1,000 hours of the same 2 levels, then sure. I'm not gonna force you to buy the full game if 2 levels is somehow enough. But hey, you know, if we get all the content we want to add, it'll be 60 levels. That's a lot more fun. Which yeah, if you're wondering how much more game this game could have, that's currently my plan. Is currently, I have 6 arenas that I want to add to the game. So the one that we've mainly been using here, the one that I guess, for me, developing the game for so long is iconic, is this 3 conveyor one. There's some other ideas I've had. I've been experimenting with the designs a little bit in the background, but you can definitely mix up the gameplay quite a lot with different conveyor setups, because, I mean, the conveyors are just, you know, it's Gauntlet, but the conveyors are such a core aspect of the game, that, yeah, it's like developing a whole new thing when working with some of the new concepts recently. Like, there's one that kind of takes the conveyors around a corner in a horseshoe shape, or another arena that has like a pit in the middle that you and obstacles can fall into. So definitely with the arenas, there's stuff to, you know, get the gameplay. Whoa, what am I doing? I was looking over chat refreshed for some reason. Yeah, there's a good few things you can do to really freshen up the gameplay. The main nice thing though with the format of the game is how much even a single arena can have for variety. So, like, you can see, compared to Megamix, or sorry, Megamix is what I'm developing right now. You can see, compared to Startup Program, this one, Gauntlet itself, is just the guns, whereas Startup Program gave you, like, boxes and some of the plasma obstacles and just a higher mix of things. I guess the one
I feel like
oddity...
the way the demo is right now, you get like a nice taste for a lot of different things we have going on, a lot of different things you can see. Excuse me. And then with the full version, you'll get more of a focused look on the way that they can work together.
Are you dying? Did you get...
I have the hiccups at the worst time.
Oh no! Okay, I'll let you rest until you fix that, because it just sounds like you're dying. Oh no. You'll be okay, chat. Oh my gosh. I guess dinner's coming back to, bite. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so, technically, if you want to go searching our website for it, it still exists there, but there is an alpha demo we put out some years ago, where we developed that, went away from it for a while we were developing some other projects that hopefully we will come back to soon. And the alpha demo is crusty as heck. It might not even run properly on your computer anymore compared to this version. But it does give you a preview of a couple gauntlets that will come back in this version. The thing is, the limitations of how that version worked, it's nowhere near as satisfying to play. Like, I don't really recommend you go back, but, yeah, like, there's a couple that'll be in the upcoming full version that, are, like, even better versions of what was in that demo. So, sorry, like, okay, where do I go from here? How do I do public speaking again? So, yeah, this demo I would definitely consider more fun than anything in the old demo, but admittedly, you know, there is a little bit more content to be found out there in the web. But by the time early access is done, oh man, that old demo is gonna have such a fraction of the total content. Anyway, actually getting into what that content is, you're still dying.
Just a little. I was just gonna ask, like, is there anything in the old demo that's like any concepts? I don't think there's any concepts in there that we're not still planning on using, are there?
Oh my gosh. So, the main one missing that I would say is interesting, that'll be coming back soon, is the one I called Collectathon, where it's only plasma obstacles and lasers. Yeah, that one definitely is a good example of, like, the kind of variety this is gonna have, where it's just like, there's gonna be a couple gauntlets that, ironically enough, do not contain any guns. Like, each gauntlet has its own specific gimmick. Startup program is for introduction. Gun Gauntlet is for a very gun-focused thing. Mega Mix is everything mixed together. Collectathon... Well, actually, so there's one that I guess is like called like No Gun Zone, which is like no guns. It's similar. It's like an easier version of Collectathon, where Collectathon is the same thing, but with only the plasma obstacles that damage you when you touch them. What other ones are... So, one that I am adding for this gauntlet specifically is Classic Mix, which will just be the features basically of that alpha demo. It's like a really simple but difficult one, I guess. There's Super Rotatos, which is the sort of bonus level. It's goofy.
Everything that spins.
It spins. Yeah, get rotated. Then the other two that will be included for this arena are basically, I think one's like called Overclocked, and then the other one's called Mild Insanity. And those two are the ones for people that are looking for like a challenge. Like if you don't find the levels included in the demo hard enough, if you're looking to be ripped to shreds, Mild Insanity is the one where the development process for that one is going to be me testing for hours just to beat it, because the point is to make it so hard that even I, as the developer, can hardly do it. So,
Which, in turn, that scares me to think how long it's going to take me to get through that one, because I'm still trying to get through these.
Yeah, that's the comical irony of developing this kind of game, is that... I mean, I guess that's the test as a developer. Usually I'm not one to play like ultra difficult type games. I don't think either of us are. I don't think our later projects are going to have this kind of like nasty difficulty to them. But I definitely find myself enjoying the process of making an incredibly difficult game fun. So, yeah.
Usually if I play a game that's difficult, it's a lot more slow moving than this. There's a lot of chaos here that my brain is still getting used to dealing with.
Yeah, like, you play a lot more strategy stuff when it comes to, I guess, difficulty. Like, yeah, I guess on the flip side, I have no idea how you even managed to do, like, the Ascensions and whatnot, and, like, Slay the Spire and whatnot. So, I guess that shows the different forms of difficulty we're messing with our individual skills. But, I mean, that's the one thing I can say for sure. Even though I've been having to test these two levels for dozens and dozens and dozens of hours, I don't know, there's just a satisfaction to playing this game that I still get. And part of me didn't expect to, like, not be tired of playing my own game. but I'm kind of fine to keep playing for the next 4 hours of this stream for the showcase. You'd think, oh yeah, 4 hours of doing the same 2 levels over and over again would just burn a person out, but, no, yeah, I mean, I did it the other day, and, I mean, yeah, my only concern is that I burn through the content so easily because I've been practicing. I am actually really curious. I would love to watch another streamer or somebody's YouTube video of them playing. Not only to get more feedback, but also I just want to see fresh players. I want to see the learning curve. I mean, I got a little bit of that from you because of the weird situation we had where, I don't know, you were developing features and just trusting me to make the game good, and we deliberately had you somewhat blind so I could get your feedback to how the game felt. Nice.
Like,
yeah.
a lot of times I'll turn it on just to test a feature or something I'm working on. I'll use the keyboard because it's easier than getting my controller plugged in and everything.
Which scares me.
And like, even with that, I can still get at least halfway.
Which I'm impressed by that, because I'm actually really bad at using the keyboard. But we'll work on the keyboard configuration just to make it so it's, I don't know, easier for people to set it up how they want. One thing, I think the keyboard probably needs its own sensitivity sliders. I'm not sure. I mean, it might actually just be able to use the same ones. But we'll figure that out.
I'll have to experiment and see.
By the way, having just fixed the bullet visuals last night to make them more visible, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm already appreciating that change, because playing the demo today without it, a little awkward. It's actually gonna be a really good quality of life feature when it comes out in the next day or two. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, until then, all you gotta do is use your superpowers and look through the fog with X-ray vision, right?
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, that'll be better in the next patch. Yippee! Oops. Let me pay a little bit more attention there. What else was I talking about with content? I think the interesting thing with Gauntlet gimmicks, is technically because the arenas end up different. We might end up reusing a lot of the same gimmicks on different arenas, but I mean, I guess, I don't know. This game is so weird. Like, can I just note, as far as game design goes, it's very strangely unique to try to figure out how to, like, compare this to other games.
One kind of, excuse me, one kind of interesting feeling I get with this is it's like, yeah, we are creating this game, we're writing the code for it, we're designing the levels and everything, but it still feels like we are discovering this game as we create it, just like anybody else would be.
Yeah, a little bit. And I guess it's because there's no... I haven't been able to pinpoint a more exact genre that I can... that I can, like, pinpoint this down. Like, there's a reason why I call it a dodge-em-up game. Because it's not quite a shoot-em-up. We will be adding a character that is more similar to a traditional shoot-em-up, so that is something. But... Which, yeah, by the way, we're gonna have more than one character. But yeah, it's not just like a traditional shoot-em-up. It's not even like a traditional, like, survival arena or a roguelike. Like, I don't know, it's... I mean, the horrifying... Like, brace your soul for this, viewers. the horrifying reality is that Great Gun Gauntlet, the entire game is an auto-scroller. Also, the game has just been a interesting nightmare to develop because conveyors in video games are evil. Oh wait, actually, let me go back to the other one. Also, yeah, obviously, I'm gonna play a little bit of Dark Mood.
We've had a very interesting time trying to get everything working together correctly for the conveyors to work as nicely as they do.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
Pardon
like,
my hiccups again.
Oh my gosh, you like, are we cursed with all of like the little problems we've had over trying to market this event? Like, I thought I was about to get a cold. I might actually still be getting a cold. Now he's got terminal hiccups. What's going on?
As long as we can do this between us, I think everything is on track.
But yeah, you'd be surprised the amount of effort it actually takes to get conveyors to work correctly in a video game. Like, conveyors, they're not just, you know, I feel like they're simpler in real life because of gravity and friction. In the case of video games, I mean, you can technically develop a game and build real conveyors. I've seen it done in something like Little Big Planet with its physics engine. But it's not exactly the most ideal thing, especially not for an arcade game like this. So, you basically, yeah, you have to fake it in some interesting ways.
I feel like for most games that I've seen, like if they have a moving platform that you can stand on or something, one of the most common hang-ups people have developing it is like the platform will move and you won't go with it. And you have to figure out how do you program this so it actually takes you with it. And like for the conveyors, it's a little bit of a different case, but like everything has to go with it except the player. So it's like, it's that much more complicated.
I've been thinking about other player character ideas, and I don't know if this one is at all a good idea. If anything, it might end up being a joke character if we add it. But you say everything but the player, which, yes, the player is hovering, by the way. I feel like I could correct that to everything but this player.
We finally have a bot with tank treads on it instead of hover jets.
Yeah, maybe. The problem is the character would have to be able to move faster than some of these very, very fast conveyor movements, or they're just getting dragged into the death.
Yeah, like, maybe faster movement would be part of the gimmick. I don't know.
Right? Like, it would... even though I don't think all characters are going to have this slowdown effect, it might very well be one that needs it as its main gimmick. Honestly, I've been thinking, because originally I was like, oh, yeah, we'll have Gear Guy, just this one character. And then, well, you know, it might be nice to have some varied gameplay, so maybe a second character. I've got, like, 5 in my head right now. So, that...
I only know about 3, so you've been working on this.
I mean... yeah. I mean, you might know more than 3. It depends on how much it's registered as an actual conversation, just because some of the ideas are simpler than others. Yeah. One thing I wish we might, like, would have been nice to add to the demo in retrospect. We didn't end up adding the, single health and single life modes for the truly self-loathing.
Shouldn't be too hard to do that.
We might even have already implemented that. I can't remember. I haven't tested them if we did already, but that's definitely something to just quickly add in the next few weeks. Maybe not to the demo, but that's something that'll be in the full version. But yeah, I actually, on our website, I have an entire blog post. Actually, I might have posted it on the Steam page as well. Yeah, I try to mirror those to the Steam page. There should be some devlogs, if you're curious about some of my recent thoughts during development. And, one of them is related to conveyors, and specifically related to, if I can get back to a pattern that'll let me show this off. Come on. Oh, perfect. Specifically related to those particles. Those chunks that fly off everything, that, like, even my character can, like, bump into and move around. Yeah, if you think getting objects with physics to efficiently move around on conveyors is a nightmare, just imagine, like, man, you can't even imagine the shenanigans that went into getting the Unity's particle system to efficiently do that, because them particles ain't happy.
Pulled off some black magic with, like, the programming of the objects that have physics and everything. I have no idea what you must have had to do for the particles to work like the way they do.
Well, that just means you haven't read the blog post. I mean, it's funny because I'm using mostly built-in Unity features, just in a very dumb way. That is the ultimate conclusion of that blog post, is that programming custom solutions was less efficient than using built-in features, because the built-in features are always running and thus add no extra overhead.
I feel like on some level that's just how programming works sometimes. It's like you take the pieces that you have in front of you and you just figure out how to squeeze everything you can out of them. And like you've mentioned that you're using a pretty old graphics card to play this right now, but at least as far as I can see, it still looks like it's running great, even with all this craziness on screen.
Yeah, if you want to know whether the game will run on your system, just keep in mind I am playing with a GeForce 750 Ti. If you're curious how bad that is, just go onto one of the benchmarking websites and compare it to your own graphics card and see how many times more powerful your own graphics card is than mine.
It's all of the benefit on testing for a low power system without going out of our way to set up a low power system.
Right. Yeah, also note that I am streaming at 60 FPS. Give or take. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it looks like my stream is still stable. Yeah, my computer's been handling it pretty well. It does help that I do have a pretty okay CPU. I mean, it's not amazing by modern standards either, but you know, having prioritized the CPU back when I built this computer, I was able to, like, separate the game's CPU power and my streaming software CPU usage, which is a trick that I use for keeping recording stable. But one of the major things, actually, if I go into settings, that helps a lot for stability, that I recommend always keeping on, unless you're, like, just want to see fancy particles and kill your frame rates. This dynamic particle quality setting is like a huge game changer, because it lowers the amount of those fancy chunks of things from spawning as the frame rates dip. So that, mixed with, like, being able to adjust the max particles, as you see, the stuff in the back goes away when I lower that. Yeah, I mean, it's great for stability. I honestly don't know if I've ever seen another game, even games with destruction physics. I've never, I don't know. Even though it can hurt frame rates, I don't think I've ever seen that quality setting before.
You mentioned the other day that I don't think we've seen another game with a dark mode, unironically, either.
Right? It was kind of a funny idea originally. Which, fun fact, the dark mode not only gives you the neon lights as something to enjoy, but it also, if I tested this on an even worse computer. I think if you set it down to, I think it was 540p on, I forget what the graphics card of that computer was. I think setting it down to
something smaller than a 750 Ti, I'm sure.
Oh, I messed up. I got greedy and trapped myself. That was dumb. Yeah, so, I forget how bad the computer was. It was basically built for almost being like a little bit more of a server type. I don't remember. It's basically a video card just good enough so that we can watch TV through a computer. Anyway, so testing it on that card, dark mode, because it technically turns off one of the lights, makes the game run slightly better. And as such, if you're desperate for a couple more frames, just enjoy your neon lights and enable dark mode. 1 second. I need to play with one hand. I'm thirsty. It's not working. Okay. Actually, oops. If I want to play with one hand, I haven't really used, this is how it looks when you're using mouse controls. I am now mousing around the screen. This is one of the reasons why I do want to get the keyboard configuration a little better, is mouse is nice, but it is like a little overwhelming. In fact, I think for my mouse, turn that down? Wait, is that the correct way around?
Mouse controls are probably a little easier when you have an actual mouse instead of a touchpad, too.
Oh gosh, yeah, I forgot. He develops on a laptop. The Mad Lad. Yeah, this is a little bit better. I don't know whether I want to, like, increase the range of that multiplier, if I have to set it down this low to make my jumpy mouse a little smoother. Also, I wonder if we could add a slider for mouse smoothing, because I know we have a feature for that, it's just the player doesn't have access to using it.
Yeah, I think the values are a little bit different for the mouse when it comes to that, but we might be able to do something with that.
A really stupid thing that happened during development that I still find really funny is, even though we were trying to avoid such things, remember the time the mouse was applying, like, the pixel position on screen as it's, like, as the player's speed? Like, it was bypassing the normalization to the 0 to 1 multiplier somehow?
Yeah, that's...
And the player was...
Getting that kind of thing sorted out is a must if it comes up like that.
It was funny, though! Because the player would just whip around. It was so... Oh, I forget if I got any video of that, but I definitely should have recorded something. I might have something somewhere.
I can't remember if we ever had an issue where, like, using 2 movement inputs at the same time made you faster. I think we accounted for that one right away. It was just the mouse that was tricky.
I'm gonna go back to regular. Also, I'm in infinite mode again, so, or endless mode, or whatever you want to call it. Here's a game development retrospect for you. Something... I don't know why it was so backwards when we were early into development of this, where for some reason I called regular mode, like I made it the checkbox for victory mode, which I don't know.
Right, like we were gonna use the endless for a default or something.
Maybe. I can't remember. Yeah, well, back then there weren't any boss fights, so yeah. The boss fight definitely gives a proper sense of finality that makes sense as a default. So I'm playing like Gorbo. Finally. But yeah, so the, yeah, it makes so much more sense and confuses people so much less to call it endless mode. And yeah, have it be the one you check on. Like victory mode, that's just so weird. Also, another interesting hurdle that... Oh, what am I doing? Running right into things. Too confident my deflector will push it first. When it comes to the whole conveyor gameplay, and why we have to develop this game to run as smooth as possible. Oh my gosh. It's actually insane how hard it is to get conveyors to be consistently smooth on a screen when they're physics-based. Because if the frame rates desync from the physics loop, the entire game stutters. And it's horrifying and requires us to get stable frame rates. So you can understand why optimization is a priority beyond. Like, you probably could see it there for a moment. It got a little unstable. I'm still... it doesn't really happen when I'm not streaming. But I'm still hoping one day I can find, like, a true solution to this. Because there's nothing more I desire with this game than for it to run as smoothly as possible for everybody. Oh, okay. Not committing to going that direction. Okay, this time we're committing. Man, that was so close. These lasers, man, they go right for you. Thank goodness for the slowdown effect. But, I do find it interesting. Even the character I have planned that, instead of having a deflector, actually has a gun to shoot back. The gimmick for that character isn't simply, you know, shooting and shooting. There will be a secondary gimmick, and part of the way this game works actually requires me to think of certain secondary gimmicks, because the sheer overwhelming number of bullets. Ooh! I was a little low on health there and just bumped right into it. Yeah, the sheer overwhelming number of bullets basically requires the player to always have some way of getting rid of bullets. So it's always interesting the secondary gimmicks required to achieve such goals. So I've been streaming for about an hour now, and I'm going to take a quick BRB. One second. How do we... There it is. I'm gonna take a quick...
I would talk during your absence if I could, but I'm still not at the point where I can talk for a full minute without hiccuping, so...
This is so unfortunate. Like, I mean, did you got water? Do you... How do we fix him? Well, if anybody has any questions, I'll be back in just a minute. I'll leave them in the chat. And, I mean, if Gold can say anything between hiccups, keep people entertained. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm almost back. The, man, I'm not gonna lie though. Just to mention again, I am so glad this stream is going fine, because earlier in the week I did my first of the 2 streams I can do for Next Fest. For context, for those that don't know how this works, each developer gets access to streaming on the main page twice. And my first one I lost. I lost out on doing it because my streaming program, I tested everything. It was great. I was ready to stream. And then it was broken. It took me an hour before I figured out how to get my my stream working again. I don't even know what broke it, actually. It just started working after an hour, which means I completely lost my ability to have the stream visible on Steam's page, and it was a nightmare. And so I don't know. I'm giddy and I'm excited that I get to show people the game. I get to talk about the development, and that Steam is seems to be working really well today. Now I will say, I did do a support ticket with Steam and confirmed that it was my computer's fault. Their service was fine. Steam is like, I mean, again, I can't thank Steam's support help like enough. They've been nothing but helpful. Ugh, I can't speak. Oh my gosh. They've been nothing but helpful for us. Like, I'm so appreciative of the support staff here on Steam.
I think you can't speak.
Right? Oh my goodness, that's the other thing. I'm glad I didn't wake up with a sore throat. I legitimately felt like a cold was happening. I don't know. I feel fine today. I mean, I took some throat lozenges and everything, but I was ready to assume that some kind of cosmic curse had been applied to me. Apparently you have the curse today. Oh man.
There is a feature I'd like to talk about if I can get myself a good 60 seconds where I can speak without hiccuping.
I mean, do I need to scare you? Have you tried drinking like a deep glass of water? What works for you? You don't usually get like...
I just have to wait it out. It's the kind of thing I just have to wait it out.
Like, these aren't your, like, usual, like... These just seem like normal hiccups, it seems, right?
No, it is the other thing.
Oh, no!
I don't want to talk too much about that on stream, but it's just something that happens once in a while. It's a little bit worse than normal hiccups, and it takes a while to go away.
Okay.
I just have to wait it out.
Yeah, you just rest up and let your body function, apparently. I'll just keep talking about, there was something I had in my mind. Oh, yeah, okay. Getting back to talking about game features. So... a major way this game works is that difficulty progresses not automatically, slightly automatically, but difficulty progresses based on the points you collect. There's a reason I am collecting points as desperately as I am as I play and destroying as many things as I can, because the automatic, like, if I just stand here, collecting no points, you see it, the points are ticking up in the corner. But, obviously, it's only about 100 points a second. And at the rate at which points tick up automatically, it would take a player about an hour to beat, a standard gauntlet. And so, a huge major gimmick of how this all works is that I like paused to think and just got destroyed. is that the better your combo, the better you, or the more points you collect, it significantly speeds up your best times. It's basically necessary for completion. I mean, it would be interesting to see somebody successfully, like, or like maximum time, like, playthrough, like, where they deliberately avoid points. But, I can't help but imagine, like, especially, like, situations like that, it would be very difficult. One of the later gauntlets will probably have a lot less points capsules and rely on the player destroying things to collect most of their points. So maybe in that one, but for now, in the 2 available in the demo, yeah, good luck maximizing your time.
Since I can't hold on to speaking for too long, talk a little bit about the combo system, how points are worth more the more you collect, and talk about how the slowdown works with that when you use the boost.
Oh yeah, like, because the timer is based on real time. If, like, okay, let's say, like, I'm in a situation where it's like, I've collected that, I want to collect this next. You can really, like, there's a lot of meta with the mechanics of how to maximize your score works. Where a lot of times, because you're only making about 100 points a second, like in a situation like this, if you're not sure if you can collect all those points in time, it can be very, very worth it to use the boost. Because if you've got a combo going, like, here, let me actually, well, this might not be the best pattern to try to get a good combo going, but if you get a 999 combo, like, going pretty consistently, yeah, it's entirely worth it to just keep boosting until, like, to keep that combo going.
Sometimes it's a good idea to boost even when there's nothing dangerous on the screen because of that.
Right. Oh wait, no, that's a bad idea. Yeah, I haven't been using the boost as much while streaming, but I definitely I've never seen that one happen before. Sorry, more emergent gameplay. That specific event in the Gauntlet that can happen is almost always really weirdly funny to me. Just because if something else comes along with it, it's just, I mean, that's such a good example of how the random elements of the game can really help spice up each playthrough. Just watching it destroy the rest of them.
we have it fixed now, but I still think it's hilarious the issue we saw where, like, the homing rocket snuck into that pattern, and it was firing as fast as the other turrets, so it was like more rockets than you could ever deal with.
Right, sometimes the gameplay is a little too emergent, and yeah, sometimes we need to make some adjustments to the systems that control the gauntlets. Oh, what am I doing? Just getting myself murdered. I have it set to endless mode, and yet I've been playing so poorly, it's like, am I even gonna get there, or am I gonna get wrecked by the boss? Something you could probably also tell is, I very, very much pride myself on how, like, really nice the dynamic music in this game is. Even though I don't find myself confident as a musician making the music for the game, the dynamic music system just, oh man, it carries. It carries really, really hard in terms of making, in terms of making even a simpler music track just shine. Which, obviously for me, I have gold to thank for programming it to my specifications.
Yeah, it has been one of the most challenging programming things with this. It's taken the most revisions to get it working correctly, and I think we still have some to do with it.
Yeah.
But once it is working correctly, it sounds really nice. And like, lack of experience aside, the tracks that you've been making, they do sound really good, and they do definitely fit the kind of feel that this game is going for.
Yeah, like, as time goes on, I get more and more confident with my music. Like, I mean, I guess the thing for me that does make it difficult, and I guess one of the important parts about getting good enough at making music that I can make music of this kind, where, like, yeah. I test and I test and I test, and I don't get tired of the music, which means something must be going right, but at the same time, testing and testing and testing, it's hard not to be critical of what I've been making, because I have to hear it all the time. It's like, nobody likes hearing themselves speak, and I think for musicians, strangely enough, no matter how proud you might become of your music, it's probably uncommon for some musicians for them to re-listen to their tracks. At least they might need some time away from it just because they spent so much time making it. It's oftentimes a very strange aspect of creation where you're so into the creation process that it's hard to then enjoy your own work. But I these days, yeah, I'm getting more and more happy with it. Like, yeah, something...
It's kind of one of those things where, like, every artist is their own harshest critic,
right,
because they can see all the flaws in their work that other people don't see. So, like, if you're still enjoying what we're creating in spite of that, kind of a good sign. It means we're doing something right.
Right. And as a game developer, one thing, as the game developer that has to do his own marketing, I do need to maybe fixate more on trying to focus on the positives, because of that harshest critic thing. People, if you talk negatively, you're going to prime people to be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, he says it's not very good, why should I think it's any good myself? And so, yeah, like, it's very important to talk about
if
where
you
things
can
are
see
going
it on
well.
screen, it's actually pretty good.
What did you say? Sorry, huh? Gold?
I said spoilers, if you can see it on screen, it's actually pretty good.
Oh. But yeah, so... Yeah, there's definitely, when making these music tracks, because it is admittedly a very hard kind of, like... It's higher difficulty music than somebody novice like myself should probably be doing, because I have to make 8 layers of music for each song. And like, one of the layers is just drums, and another is like a different kind of drums, and, you know, some bass and stuff like that. But, you know, it's a lot of stuff that has to be able to work in just every different combination of it together. And yeah, it can be a little bit, it can be a bit something. Whoops. There's one layer I'm always happy with, though, and it's the layer for when the lasers are out. Don't mind me just showing off with those rockets for a moment. One thing that has helped my enjoyment of making the music as well has been slowly I've been getting weirder with it. You've probably been able to notice with maybe some parts of like the boss track and other things, but there's definitely some weird stuff mixed in that I can't help but compare it to Splatoon, which has such a wacky but fun soundtrack, especially in the story missions. 3 times? Okay, sure. If you insist, game. But yeah, sometimes it feels like the weirder the music is, the happier I am with it. It does help that I listen to a lot of what people would call like webcore or weirdcore or whatever else. So my tastes might be a bit odd at times.
I think there's a little bit of Sega Genesis influence there too.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of like the synths from the Sega Genesis was stuff I liked. So I imagine when I'm selecting them, there's some level of bias of like, you know, I mean, I just played some Sega games or some Genesis games recently, and every time I would play one of the games, you'd probably hear me go, "Look how sick the music is," and yeah, I guess I definitely have some nostalgia in there for that. So when I'm picking synths in my program for making the music, there's probably some level of me being like the same level of like, oh yeah, the music's sick, or this sounds awesome. Though a lot of the synths I use, I actually customize when I put them together for the game. What was I saying? With something about weird music. There was something else that was coming to mind.
I can interrupt it with one of my own. I know I programmed this at some point. I know you asked me to, and it's like, I just cannot remember when I programmed it, but I'm so used to seeing the conveyors moving, like, so,
yeah.
A, B, A kind of thing, so one conveyor's moving the opposite of the other two. So it's just weird to me in some of these patterns where it's like they're all moving the same direction, maybe at the same pace, or like the middle one can be moving at a different speed than the others, and it's just like, I'm not used to seeing that, and it's just kind of fun when it comes up on those rare occasions.
Yeah, that's one of the major things, actually, that can differentiate these gauntlets from each other. In the alpha demo, the old one I was talking about earlier, we didn't have a fraction of the features, including... I want that, give me that. We didn't... The conveyors only could move, like, on a multiplier, basically, of each other. It was that ABA pattern, like you said. And start a program as the first level keeps that as something it does for the most part. I think there might be 1 or 2 cases where it does something a little different, but for the most part, to not overwhelm the player, I keep it with the simple conveyor setup. And, well, as you see now, for Gun Gauntlet, I introduce it in a couple cases where it makes sense, but I still don't overdo it. And yeah, as I add more of these gauntlets, I'm going to get, like, the more difficult or the stranger I want them to be, the more diverse this use of the improved way the conveyors work is just going to be, like, just spammed in everything I can add it to. Yeah, the complexity of developing the gauntlets. As much as I want to add essentially a level editor once we get into late development, man, there's so many features to keep track of when designing gauntlets that it's crazy enough for myself to work with them and test them. I still have no idea how we would put together a decent system for players to make their own that wouldn't just be equally overwhelming. But part of me also thinks if we don't develop that, people will, oh yeah, it's infinite mode. I picked up my drink.
Yeah, that can be one of the down the line kind of things. We'll kind of let it stew for a while, see if we can figure out a good way to present that for players.
Right. But yeah, before I got surprised there, what I was gonna say is, if we don't add something, I know that players will still try to do it themselves. And I guess my main concern would be they probably, I don't think the tools that we have, like, Unity games admittedly are kinda easy to, like, decompile a bit and, like, modify. But I think a lot of our editor-only tools don't get compiled into the project, so they wouldn't really have access to, like reverse engineering our system.
Yeah, the way that you design these is pretty much entirely through an editor-only tool, so we would need to figure something to accommodate for that.
Yeah, I know there's some ways that we could basically translate our editor menus into in-game menus. But I guess the complicated part there is yeah, just there's so much in the menu. There's so much. But I would hate for people to really want to make custom content only to be doing it, like, manually in, like, JSON files, you know? Oh, yeah, that would be
horrid. Don't want to shoulder the players with that kind of burden if we can help it.
I mean,
it is much more of a late-stage development kind of concern, but not one we want to ignore. It's something we'll want to tackle eventually. By the way, I speak normally again, so...
Oh, that's nice. So, was the conveyors the feature you wanted to bring up, or was there something else that you wanted to bring up?
It was the combo system thing, where, like, using the boost slows down time and makes it easier to extend your combo while it's going. Which, I don't know if we overtly planned that, but the fact that it works is really nice.
I think it was somewhat in mind while I was thinking about it. Like, usually during development, I'll, like, kind of be clear. It's like, oh, I want this to be in fixed time and this to be in scaled time. By the way, speaking of which, this is the exact kind of situation.
Feature, I feel like that feature and a few others like it are like when we're designing these, we kind of have in mind what we want to do with them. And it's like we just put it together the way that we describe it, and later eventually find out, oh hey, it works exactly the way that we wanted it to now, even though we didn't specifically go in and say, please do this. So it's just one of those odd planning ahead kind of things. And another one that came to mind that's worth talking about, when the player dies and respawns, you get that invincibility shield for a few seconds to help you get back into play and everything. That thing has a development history of its own. It was like at first we were trying to figure out how to get the player safely among the other objects, like in terms of physics and everything, like what should get pushed in what direction, and that was like really hard to make calculations about. So it's like, why don't we just push everything away from the player when they come back in, and that just kind of takes care of the issue. Which became this shield which reflects everything, and it's like, you know, we already have this and it already works. Why don't we just make this a power-up?
Which, there's an interesting layer there, because part of that development history is my own hubris. I should note, when we first developed the really old alpha version, I was incredibly new to game development, and I had, like, I still have some layer of not developed here syndrome, but I had it, like, really bad back then. And, I wasn't trusting of Unity's physics system to handle, like, the conveyors and the pushing and just everything we were doing. So, admittedly, I did waste a little bit of our development time on having Gold kind of try to do a lot of this stuff more manually. Some unwise decisions were made on my part before I learned and got past my ego.
I have never taken a course in physics or anything, but I gave it an honest try when we were back at that stage. I looked up all the formulas, I did my best to implement them, and the conclusion that I draw from it, go ahead and trust the built-in physics engine. You just have to learn how that works, and it will handle the most complicated stuff for you.
Part of my problem was not understanding at the time, because again, like, very, very much when we started, I was a junior dev. Like, unwise and young. And one of the problems is I didn't understand just how well supported certain physics libraries was. My understanding was that Unity was a crusty engine, but it was better than starting completely from scratch for things like rendering and whatnot. So with things like, I think, was it use PhysX or whatever? Not understanding the sheer power of things like PhysX or Box 2D or any of those kinds of different engines.
I might be remembering this wrong, but I feel like shortly after we got started with our development, they switched from whatever they were using to something that was better, so it was kind of a reason for us to give it a try. I don't know if I'm remembering that 100% correctly, but I feel like something like that happened during the course of our development.
Yeah, anybody familiar with Unity's history, while we're currently using Unity 2019, we started like the old version in like Unity 0.5, maybe 5, or not 0.5, 5.1 or 2, I think it was. I spoke there for a second. And
in 5.3, I'm pretty sure we have an old 5.3 project somewhere.
Yeah, it was pretty old, so yeah, you can probably base some of the information off of whatever was available at that time for Unity. But that also might make you understand that, you know, the games coming out at that time were a little crusty, if they were made in Unity, and I mean, it's a little sad. This is basically going to be our first and probably last Unity, like, official full release of a Unity game. Just, you know, that's a whole topic for another day, but
like, back when we started, there were not very many alternatives. So
right.
just kind of one more development story, I suppose.
But yeah, going back to my old hubris of getting you to code things more manually, that was kind of like part of the whole the player can get stuck in stuff issue, and like needing an unstuck feature basically, because yeah, making physics yourself is gonna have some potential limitations. By the way, I got over 1 million points on this run. That's actually, I don't remember if I've gotten over 1 million points while testing. I don't test infinite mode for very long, usually.
That's a good sign that you're doing well.
I'm scared.
Yeah, the old code that was like, get the player unstuck from this, that is one thing that I have written that I'm very glad is nowhere
the kill
near
screen!
the modern version.
I forgot about the kill screen! I haven't seen that in a while.
Did you leave a trap for yourself in this game?
That's a lot going on. Well, I mean, the game, even in infinite mode, does have a kill screen.
Do you know if it's possible to survive that screen?
That's for the players to find out, not me.
You got us to this point. Now it's up to the player base to see if we can go beyond. But hey, 1 million points is possible. How about that?
Admittedly, like, there's supposed to be 2 kill screens, and that one might be a little extreme.
And the second one's supposed to come a lot later.
I can picture that ruining many an achiever's day to get that far and say just what you said. I forgot about this.
And that 18 minutes felt like absolute, like, forever, dude. Like, that's the one thing. This game time dilates your brain. It makes, like, 10 minutes feel like an hour. I'm only at 6 o'clock. Like, what?
Well, we already have a slow down time feature in the game. It's only natural that it should distort your perception of real time. Isn't that how that works?
Apparently. Holy moly. You could just see things getting destroyed in the background, too. But yeah, the hubris during development, just to finish that thought real quick before I get into another run. Yeah, so it is funny. I don't think we even have the unstuck feature anymore.
It might be in some old commented out code or something.
Right.
Or it's been deleted. I don't even know which.
Because we just don't need it anymore, generally. The game, the physics handles unsticking pretty well on its own. And so... I still have to fix that music problem. And so... Yeah, so it ends up creating this, this shield, which the original version... By the way, the original version is... I don't even know. Do you remember much of the original alpha demo? Because it's not on all the time like in this version. Like, if I explode here... It just stays up.
I think it's like you just get... I think in that old version, you just get a little bit of mercy invincibility where you're like flickering, and then when it ends, you get the shield for 1 microsecond to push everything away from you.
Right, it emits out for a moment. But the thing is, that was interesting, is for some reason we decided back then that it only would emit out if you're near other objects. So sometimes it doesn't.
That's right. And like we had to figure... the bullets from the turrets as part of that, see if you're near one of them and then make it deflect those.
Right, yeah, so it is funny thinking back to early development and thinking, wow, yeah, that was a bad feature by comparison. Like, I can still open up and play that old demo and just be like wowed by how far we've come with this version of it. Because yeah, the whole thing, I don't know, it's funny improving as a developer and realizing how crusty your old stuff is. Because ultimately this game is our test project, essentially. We've been developing it for an unholy amount of time for a test project. But like the whole point of the original version was to kind of just get used to developing stuff and make a simple first project, and then it like over time became a pet project, kind of, where it's just like, well, we have this game, we could finish developing it, make it a really polished, nice game, and then going forward after this game is complete and you know as a nice clean little medal on our company history, we move on to other projects, and I just really, really like the idea of just every single project in our company history ending up being a nice, polished, like, I like committing to it. It's not what people usually recommend with game development, where people recommend, just like kind of throw projects to the wind, try things out, see what sticks. But personally, I just want like a really, really good library of games under my belt.
Yeah, like I can see to some degree wanting to be fast with different ideas that you try and making them happen, but there is definitely a threshold where it's like if you're moving too fast with this, it's just going to come out looking kind of sloppy or it's not going to feel right. It's going to look like a game that just two people made with what they had in store. And like this one, I think you could fool people into thinking there's more of us than there are with how nice everything looks.
Yeah, there's a reason why the company is called Golden Crab Studios. He's gold, I'm crab. It's just us right now. Like, admittedly, I will admit, I probably won't do, unless we do get lucky, make some money, become able to hire some more people to help. I don't think I'll do exactly this kind of high fidelity visuals, because even with a game where you're just in a simple arena like this, making like these kinds of like very like fancy looking, kind of stylized but realistic looking textures and graphics with the lighting and all being so fancy, it takes a lot of effort. It really actually does. And so I might go with a more cartoony, simpler style for our next project, just to make that part of development faster. But yeah.
I think for this kind of project, the visual style that we've chosen works out really nicely because it's like, this is a fast moving game. Like there are a lot of moving parts, a lot of things happening very quickly. I usually get tunnel visioned to like one corner of the screen when I'm playing, and that's where most of my problems come from. But like when a game looks like that, having things like the smooth frame rate is very, very helpful, and having everything look really nice also complements it really well. Like, I don't even think we've talked about this yet, but like things that are beneficial to you are usually cool colors like green or blue, and then things that can hurt you are the warmer colors like usually red or pink.
Yeah, I color theory was like insanely important for me in terms of visual clarity. I think I might even have had a blog post about that as well. Pretty graphics versus visual clarity, I think is the name of it, assuming I've published it. Where, yeah, it is important. Like, there's a couple odd things that I don't think they quite break the rules, because they're not really in the play screen, like the blue border on the arena. But yeah, I very much went all in on the color theory. By the way, for those that are colorblind, I do plan on adding a colorblind setting, or several actually, I hope, that should like rotate some of these colors into something maybe a little easier to see. I feel like I need to have I need to know some colorblind people to get proper feedback on that. So hopefully I can contact some people and get some information on that. Just to see what options.
I think there are tools out there which can give you an idea of what it would look like to a person with color blindness, but having an actual person we can talk to, that's always going to be that much more helpful.
I can simulate it in like my image editing programs by taking a screenshot and setting it to certain modes that simulate color blindness, but I don't think it'll ever be quite as good as being able to get feedback from a person, specifically because you can make things like differentiatable, but the like part of the big thing is you also want it to look good. It's like, I don't know, I do feel like there's a layer of like, well, okay, you've made it so I can tell these things apart, but like they still see colors the way they do. There's still like an equivalent of tacky or gross looking colors, and that's like a part that's important for me, is like striking that balance where it's like, okay, they can see things very well but also the game looks good to their adjusted vision. Because yeah, I don't know, I don't feel like that part is considered as frequently when it comes to colorblind compensation. You usually just hear the layer of making the colors different. And I imagine some studios, like, they just don't talk about it when they put their, like, decisions of, like, which colors they pick. Like, internally, I imagine it's considered, but I don't know. I don't feel like I hear it talked about externally as much. Then again, I still have to research this kind of thing a bit more so I can get it right when I do work on the option. Besides that, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was talking a little bit about the general color theory of it all. Yeah, another thing where we improved it from the old demo, the old demo. That color theory is another one of those examples, because there were mixtures of, like, in these plasma objects, they're very, like, red, pink, and purple. They used to have a mixture of blue in their texture that I just, like, you know, no, get rid of that, you know, make them more purple and pink, more consistently. I think the bullets themselves could also have, like, a little bit of blue mixed in their color cycles. I had to adjust that to get it consistent, and also just to make it look nicer. Like, I think they look really nice now.
It's the kind of thing that you could tinker with forever. Keep coming out with things that you like more than the last way it was. But the way things look right now,
oh, yeah.
I think they look pretty nice.
I haven't really tinkered with the aesthetic in a while. I think it's pretty much solid. I'm pretty happy with it.
You usually tinker with much smaller or less noticeable details than that.
Yeah, like
the little details that add up, that is. So it's like when you're finished with it, it's like, yeah, this looks nicer than it used to. I can't put my finger on why.
Yeah, like, I mean, we were talking about, we're saying like a lot. I just one of the things for that was the next patch is going to have the bullets be more visible through smoke and when overlapped with the point capsules. That kind of tinkering definitely, yeah. I'm very, very obsessed with quality of life right now.
That's kind of like having a drop shadow in a 3D platformer, where it's like you don't really pay attention to the fact that it works the way it does, but the fact that it's there helps you in ways that you could never describe. It's that kind of difference, having the bullets render more visibly like that.
Also, another one of the visuals, before I forget, that changed is these electric gates used to be blue, and I'm like, wait a second, nope, that's against the color theory. Red. Well, they're like bright white, but they're like, they got a little bit of red to them. But anyway, yeah, sorry, I just wanted to mention that one before I forgot.
I think everything about them says do not touch. I hope everything about them says do not touch.
They were one of the first things I changed when we updated the visual style for this version and improved it. By the way, if you want to know how much I've improved in terms of my optimization, even though the original version of the game had like 9 obstacles, and this one has 32, the texture sheet for this one is the same size as the texture sheet for the old one, and it just more efficiently uses the space because I was just wasting it, like, horrifyingly poorly originally. So that's just another little thing that I'm just happy at having improved as my skills have gotten better over development.
Yeah, it's part of the process of learning while you work on these kind of things. It's like, first you just try what works, and then you get so much better at it that you blow yourself away, and then you compare it to what you did the first time, and it's like, how did I think that was a good idea? But you didn't know back then. You just had to find something to start with.
Right. Also, speaking of
it's harder for me to describe because I'm working with a lot of just code and scripting and stuff, but the same thing definitely happens from the programming side.
Right, yeah. Yeah, can I just say, man, I'm so glad that we're still working together after all this time, just because I definitely couldn't do this like without you. Oh gosh. I'm always appreciative of just. Oh man. The stuff I put this guy through.
I've done a lot of programming. Like, everything that moves probably moves because I told it how to move. And yet I feel like you understand the game better than I do, because you take those pieces and you put them together in a coherent way, in a way that actually makes it into a game. So it's like, this is definitely a project that has both of our fingerprints all over it.
Oh my gosh, did you... okay, sorry. What just happened to me? I just barely phased into the laser when it was closing multiple times in a row. Oh, I felt like I should have died there, but I mean, again, that's why we give the mercy. Give me that, give me that, give me, yes! Sorry, I got a little excited.
Having fun out there.
A little bit. Little bit. But yeah, yeah, I mean, it's all the little things that come together. Funny enough, speaking of the next patch, and little adjustments, I should have mentioned it while the boss was still on screen, but something I had actually changed that, I don't think you've even seen yet. Oof. Is the boss now, like, the screen darkens a little bit and gets like a little red, just to give it a little bit more of a ominous feeling. So,
yeah, I mean, I like the flair that I have seen that you put in with the boss, so you make that a little more ominous. It's gonna look great.
the boss is such a notable example of something I can't stop tinkering with that just keeps getting like more fancy. I'll just stay here. Wait, I want that. Ah! Okay.
I mean, bosses are very important. They're like the big challenge at the end of some section of the game. So like any attention that goes to them is not wasted.
So I can't help but notice, I'm gonna check something really quick. Again, streaming with a GeForce 750 here. The stream was like my visuals were getting a little stuttery. I'm just trying to see maybe why that's happening. It could be the browser. Yeah, my GPU is yeah. I think I'm fine. Yeah, I don't know. I might just restart the game or something. I mean, it seems
fine. It wouldn't surprise me if that helps.
Again, 2 gigabytes of VRAM doesn't get you very far in this day and age. Not when you're trying to stream, and not when you have a browser open with the stream to make sure I see if any comments appear. Again,
yeah, like
continuously paranoid that people can't comment.
There's a lot of things in the game that we've paid attention to. It's like, oh, if we don't take care of this, it could cause us some kind of a memory leak, so let's do it this way to make sure that doesn't happen. I think we've done a good job of like keeping that to a minimum, but like you say, with these different parts working together, you've got multiple programs so that you can stream this and everything. You never know what's going on working together, and you never know what's going to the graphics card. Like, even if we do all of the best practices, there is some black magic in there. You never quite know.
Also, I'm not, like, if I pause again and if I go over to my computer, let's see. I don't think it's the game, because the game's only using about 1 gigabyte of RAM right now.
It still looks pretty smooth from what I can see, and I'm watching it through the stream, so...
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Half of my job is making sure the game is tested and optimized. It's almost impossible for me not to notice these little things and fixate on, I want to fix, I want to improve this. I want to make sure people's experience is as optimal as possible, both as a viewing experience and a gameplay experience. But yeah. I guess that's one. Oh, that was dumb. I guess that's one thing for sure. If people are like worried, because I understand there is like playing a game while it's in early access isn't for everybody. I definitely, you know, unless you're really confident that the game will be completed and be worth like buying early, because that is one thing. Early access does mean you can get it cheaper than we plan to be selling it when it gets to full release. But I do know early access isn't for everybody, but some people do find it exciting to watch the features added. And talking about like our development, I do feel like does like add a little bit of like hopefully letting people be more confident in that. Because I do know it's wild that some games are still in early access. Like sometimes it can feel like games are just abandoned, and sometimes they just are. And I guess that's another reason why I wanted to get all of the base like core mechanics as completed as possible. So that early access is basically content. There shouldn't be, like, there's a couple things we want to refine, but there shouldn't be anything that, leaves the game in a state where it's just like, oh, well, for half a year, we've got to redo a whole system to, before we can do another update. It should, hopefully...
I feel like foundationally we're in a pretty good place. Like, we have our list of things where it's like, yeah, we need to fix that. Oh, we have this lingering bug that we need to sort out. And some of them are going to be like a pain from the development side, but they're not going to make much difference from the gameplay side. Like, they'll make it better, but they're not going to be like, oh, now you have to relearn the entire way the game works because this thing changed. It's not like that kind of changes that we need to make.
Right. Also, if you really want to know what muscle memory does to a person, I was going between the lasers even though I had a shield. Oh, that was silly. But yeah, yeah, definitely. Like, there's a couple little things. We're probably gonna rework a little bit of how the seed system works. Not notably, but we want to get a slightly better consistency between seeds. A good way to put it is that a difficulty with adding, like, okay, for like a speedrunning community, you obviously for a game like this, it feels very important to add seeds so that speedrunners can find good ones and always be able to play that same gauntlet like pattern after pattern. And yeah, the difficulty, like right now it's mostly I guess what you would call deterministic, but there's like some little issues with it that we want to improve. And yeah, it is very difficult to get a game like this with this kind of stuff to have deterministic random generation or procedural generation.
Especially like we talked a little bit about this, but like since the difficulty of the game progresses as you're accumulating more and more points, that means that the time that things switch can be a little different, which could mean the way the random numbers have gone up to that point, it might be a different cutoff point than it was some other time. So it's like, these are little concerns to keep in mind with just making sure that the randomness, that you're getting a similar experience if you're using the same seed. And we've tried a few different things to take care of that. Some of them worked out okay, and others are like, this isn't doing what I expected it to do. I think we have a plan at this point, so that it'll be nice and consistent when we revisit it, but it is one of those things on the list where it's like, yeah, we need to revisit this.
Yeah, some time ago you already partially reworked it. We had an idea to improve it further recently. And yeah, the nature of it is the way new patterns are added to gauntlets as difficulty increases, we can break it down into basically these little blocks, and keep those blocks consistent. So it does mean if a person collects the same amount of points, or the same range of points, I guess, at least, like, I guess if anybody is familiar with, if anybody is familiar with, how the speed running in Super Mario Brothers works. If you've ever heard of the way the end of the level works, where it waits for like a timer, and like, so every, like, I forget if it's like every 15 frames or something, like every like half a second basically. Yeah, you have to complete the level in half a second blocks for to get like a better speed running. For this, I don't know why I'm using this comparison. It seems very complicated. Sorry. For this, it's like the randomness is in like essentially that same sort of half a second or 15-second blocks or whatever you want to call it. It's very similar, where basically between minimum difficulty and maximum difficulty, every time you play on a seed, there's like 100 different patterns a gauntlet can have. And so collecting score consistently will get you a consistent selection. Like you might get pattern 1, pattern 5, pattern 18, but then another time if you get a little differently, you'll get maybe pattern 5, pattern 6, and then you might still get the same points at the same time and end up at pattern 18. You know, it's hard to explain. It's a very behind the scenes technical thing, but it is basically us saying we're trying to put the considerations of the speedrunning community in our minds as we're developing. Though there is one problem I'll talk about. I am going to take a quick BRB. If you have any thoughts, Gold, feel free to say them. I will be back in 1 minute.
I think I'm going to just get water while you're taking a break. So
yeah, we'll be back in just 1 minute. What is going on behind there? Oh boy, it is warm in my room. Just to be completely sure, because I don't know how much, like, again, the game's not really like overdoing it on my RAM or anything. I don't really think there's any like data leaks or anything else, but I don't trust my graphics card to do, like, to run well while streaming. So I'm gonna restart the game real quick. Again, it's running on a GeForce GTX 750. So do not worry. There's like the majority of people on Steam have a better graphics card than I do. Your computer is going to be able to run this game. You know, I'm not even playing this on a what is it? Solid state drive either. I wonder if the game loads basically instantly for some people. Man, I would love to know like how good this game runs on a good computer. I want to see this game at like 4K, but I also need to see this game at like 120 frames per second because again, as for development reasons, I just need to know it looks smooth at that frame rate because it's all physics based, and that's always going to be like a really tricky thing. Anyway, I was talking about considerations of using the RNG generating gauntlets and how that affects speedruns. One problem I have... Aha, I just started talking about stuff again. One problem I have to consider is I had an idea recently that should make game flow feel better, but it's not deterministic, so it's not good for speedruns. And I know I'm striking a balance between the casual audience and the competitive audience, basically. But it is a little difficult to just, I don't know, rationalize the best way to go about it. Because currently with the way the game works, gauntlets are generated from a series of patterns. The patterns are selected at random based on which ones are available. And as new patterns are added to the list, old ones become less common. But unfortunately, I realized that's not the wisest way to go about it. Because, for instance, in Startup Program, that pattern collection... Oh gosh, I just called it by the old name before we called them gauntlets. A creature of habit, I am. But no, the Startup Program is the kind of gauntlet that's supposed to be introducing you to the game and working like a tutorial. And so early into it, it will introduce lasers, for instance. It introduces them in an easier format for you to get used to them and you know, just practice a bit. But then it introduces a slightly harder one. A harder pattern in that gauntlet to challenge you a little bit more with the lasers. But the problem is, there is always the chance, due to the random selection, the procedural selection, that the easier one won't be picked before the harder one is. And, you know, it doesn't have to always... It doesn't have to always be in the same order. Again, the level itself has a level of difficulty to it that can vary. But it does feel nicer to try to get the easier things in first before introducing the harder ones. And so, yeah, I was just, I've just been thinking of a way to avoid some of that problem. And one of the ways that comes to mind is by having each of these patterns, when they're selected, lower the chance of them being selected again, so that other patterns have a chance of having their light, having their spot in the stoplight. Did I just say stoplight or spotlight?
I won't tell if you won't.
I think I'm going crazy. Yeah, so giving them a chance in the spotlight. The problem is that system of having them change their weights. It influences the RNG in a way that basically it's just like a single seed, depending on how you play it, can basically branch out into all of these parallel universes of different opportunities, I guess. I don't know. So it's like, yeah, speedrunners with a seed could play the game the same every single time, but the openings of like how it changes is I don't know. I could see it being somewhat more frustrating for people trying to practice the game, to miss like a single point capsule, for instance, and that being enough to change the entire course of the rest of the playthrough. Like, I don't want it to be at a state where people will feel like if they're trying to get a specific high score on a specific seed, they're just restarting at the beginning over and over again because they're doing little mistakes. And it's still not as bad because of the, you know, there's a little bit of mercy with the way it works, but yeah, it's just one of those very technical considerations that, I don't know, is that something to talk about during a Q&A? Who knows? At this point, I'm just like talking about whatever seems interesting, and I'm not sure. Some people like to know how the pasta is made, and maybe that's what maybe this is here for those people.
I do have a question of my own, and maybe I've asked you about this, but it's more related to the game, so I can give us a little topic for that. But during some of those moments where it's like the pattern where you've got turrets on each side and they're all firing at you, but it's very slow moving and everything, I see you like use a kind of a technique where it's like you put up the deflector, you'll swoop through them.
Oh, yeah.
The deflector only really protects the front side, so you're still vulnerable from behind and from the sides of you. So what do you normally do there, like, to keep yourself safe? Because I've seen you get through a lot of things without taking damage that make me pretty nervous when I see them.
It's basically all the nature of you're moving towards objects that are moving towards you. It is like, it's kind of like a just fundamental, like, I mean, what would we consider this? Geometry? Physics? Like, it's just the fundamental nature of the thing that is in front of you is your deflector, and the thing that is in front of you is the bullet. So for the most part, you're never gonna really get hit in those situations, because the bullet's traveling opposite to you.
I've had a few situations where I get like this deer in the headlights moment where it's like, I see all these things coming at me and I think, I need to get my deflector up, and I'm sure that part is correct, but I usually like stop moving when I do that and just try to face the bullets with the other thumbstick. Or just try to stay facing them when I get out of the way. It feels like watching you, the way that you've been swooping through them, it feels like just trying to stand still and deflect things is not the correct way to handle it.
In the tips and tricks on the main menu, this is actually something I have a kind of silly comment of like, cowering in the corner is not ideal. Be brave is
probably just
one of my recommendations.
To practice a little bit. Try to practice that habit away and get more into the staying mobile habit. So it's like, even if you know that this is the correct way to do things, you still have to work it out of your system before you're good with it.
It's like, it is interesting because this is exactly why I built the game the way it is, where you rotate with your movement. It's like, one second. I'm going to change that reflector, and that booster. So, like, I'm now just playing with one hand on the controller. Oops. And, it's not, like, amazingly effective for the boss fight, but you can just get away with playing the game mostly by swooping in and out like that, yeah. Now, of course, I realize the way my fingers are positioned on the controller, it's hard to point the thumbstick the correct way like this. I don't know, it's like a little weird. Maybe I don't recommend playing with one hand, but let me set that back. That should work correctly, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yay, our buttons work, Gold! The reset to defaults didn't punish me.
After having a few specific experiences with games that allow you to play one-handed if you choose to, I really value being able to do that with your controls. For this game, maybe it's not ideal and it would be a little more of an afterthought to, you know, set it up so that it can work that way, but it is possible. So like if you are really determined, that is something you can do with this, and that's kind of nice to know on its own.
Never forget, I played this game with a mouse and a Wii nunchuck once. I don't know if I have the stuff to set that up again, but at one point I somehow managed to connect a Wii.
I frequently test with a keyboard and a touchpad.
It's like there's some like weird stuff you can do with the configuration. Basically, I guess so long as it can be detected similarly to a Xbox controller, it's like good enough, you know. Refresh something real quick. But yeah, I definitely every time I click in, it's so funny because I mean, yeah, I guess maybe I pressed the spacebar. Yeah, where was I? Where was my brain? Yeah, the controls are definitely made to encourage you to brave the dangers of just throwing yourself in. And, I mean, you will notice, especially during the boss fight, that I will use the deliberate, like, face one way kind of controls while moving around. I imagine much more advanced players than I am will end up not playing the way I do, because it's probably much more effective to deliberately rotate the character at all times. Just because you can...
we're just we just kind of have to find out, like, as we get the early access version finished and get it out there, we have to see what people try. They're gonna come up with things that we never thought of.
I mean, that's like a huge part of just why I do want to see people play the game. I want to see how crazy this community could get if the game gets a bit of a momentum to it. You know, at a certain point, all you really do want to see is like what other people do with your game. Also, I just want to see people break everything, because when my controller glitches out and presses every button on the same frame constantly and somehow manages to get the player onto the main menu, I know that there's going to be something that I have not found that other people are going to discover that we're going to have to fix, and I need your help to break my game. But anyway, no, yeah, I do wonder if people find, like, weird exploits, what's my limit before I consider something to just be, what's the word I've been using this entire stream that I have now forgotten? Emergent gameplay. Like, I'm just wondering what sort of bugs people are gonna, are gonna discover that. I'm like, well, that could be a feature. That's fine. Like, how bad does it have to be before I decide to patch it?
You never know. It all just depends. Like, what happens when it happens? Is it like bad or is it just weird? How hard is it to do it? Is it exploitable? It's like we can ask this whole range of questions about any given bug people find, and like if it's something annoying or bothersome, then yeah, we're gonna do our best to get rid of it so that it's like it doesn't get in the way of things. If it's something that could potentially be helpful, it's like, well, let's see what we can do with this. Do we even need to touch it? Or if we do, can we make this like less of an obscure thing and more of something that is supposed to happen? It's like,
Right.
you never know. It all kind of depends on what people are going to find with this.
One thing I will say, if anybody ever finds a bug like this, just know, if you find something that lets you carry, like, something between one run into another, I'm patching that. Those types of bugs are like one of the ones I can say are definitely at the threshold. Because, like, if you remember Gold, I found during development that the power-ups could be carried between... Oops.
Yep.
The power-ups
Yep,
could be carried between runs, which had a very specific, interesting problem that I realized. Is, like, imagine somebody found a seed that gave you like a whole bunch of power-ups in a row, like a really, really lucky seed with power-ups. You could then basically grab all those and then like restart it to like exploit the beginning of a run really well. Like,
yeah, I think I've seen weird cases when we had that kind of issue to deal with, where it's like you could get 20 or 30 seconds of invincibility at the start of a run, and it's like that is not what we intend here. We kind of have to draw a hard line as far as like every time you hit start, that has to be self-contained as its own thing. Whatever happens after that, we can talk about it, but like if you're carrying something from one to another, it's like, nah, we have to deal with that. We have to make sure that it's like somewhat consistent at the start of every run.
Funny enough, okay, there is specifically one bug. I'm just gonna tell you this now because we're gonna work on patching it. that is in that same sort of vein of issue. There is currently a bug in the demo right now where if you leave it on the main menu for long enough, it'll somehow break, and when you start a run, spawn all of the stuff that was spawning on the main menu. Like, all kinds of juicy items to collect that are like, yeah, no, that why does this happen? I think it's related to
90% of the time,
that
people who are
on.
playing the demo won't even notice this because it's like, yeah, you're just gonna choose what you want to do and get going with it. But it's like, it's there, we will get rid of it, and it's just kind of silly that it even happens in the first place. So let's just call it a funny little Easter egg for the demo.
I just hope there's nobody that like goes to stream it, for instance, and so literally very similar to how I was setting up this stream, I left the game on for like 15 to 20 minutes on the main menu, and then went to test play, and it was like that, and I'm like, oh no, not this again. This is still happening.
Well, I'll make a bold claim on that one. I think anyone who is streaming this, especially if they're new at the game, is going to end up restarting fairly quickly after they start their first run. So even if they have that issue, there is a chance that they will restart themselves out of it, and it won't really happen the second time. So like, it's hard to say for sure, but that's just kind of my bold-faced guess on what might happen.
See, one of the weird problems, unfortunately, as well, is it's related to the bug that I keep bringing up that we really do just have to fix it. Where it seems the conveyor speed does not set correctly when you first start. So it's based on whatever it was before. And so, unfortunately, oftentimes with this bug, it'll set it to 0, which means just nothing's spawning, nothing's moving. and then you try to restart, and it'll use the conveyor speed again, and it stays that way, so it's like the fastest way to fix it is to restart the game, and I hate it. But that will be fixed. Like I swear to you, it will be fixed.
It corrects itself pretty quickly if you let it go, but like it's annoying that it happens at all, and it's like this has been on our radar, so it's like we will fix this. I have ideas on what it could be and how to track it down and everything. It's just gonna be like kind of trial and error until that one works right.
Part of the problem...
I almost feel like we're giving our viewers kind of a clue on how big our list of things that need to be fixed actually is. Right. And it is. It's all just like small things. It's not going to be like major shakeup, major change to how you enjoy the game. It's just things that we know are in there that we need to get ironed out.
Right, like you can tell how much we care about trying to get this game working as well as possible, considering this stream has been like 2 hours or so of very stable gameplay, and we're complaining about little bugs. Or like weird edge cases and stuff like that. Like, we definitely do what we need to test the game. Also, part of the problem I think that is worth noting is, while I've got like a decent amount of time to work on projects, Gold here does have a full-time job, so a lot of the programming of this game is being developed over like 3 days like of free time, where it's just like an evening after work and then like a Sunday evening. So again, give Gold some praise for how much he can get done in the limited amount of time that he's got for working on the project with me each week.
Yeah, I feel like if I could focus on this like as the full-time kind of thing, and I didn't have my other obligations to worry about, stuff that takes me 1 week to sort out or fix or build as a feature right now would probably just take 1 day instead. So it's like I do the best that I can with what I have to work with. It's not ideal, but we've gotten this far, and it's like I'm very happy with what we've gotten this far. So
yeah, like that's the Sunday work evenings we do together. That's why those are always exciting to me, because that's oftentimes the day where, like, sometimes if there's several small things to work on, they're just basically all done in the same day. Like, you know, it's just
it is kind of my favorite thing to do, is just to surprise you with something like, yeah, this is done now. By the way, this is done too.
Right. It's also fun because I am up late, as people that follow us on Blue Sky or follow our Discord server might notice, as I make posts in 2 in the morning. And so yeah, I'm a late night fellow. He's a more early morning fellow. So oftentimes on Sunday, he can already have, like, gotten a few things done by the time we get on call together to work on stuff. Yeah, it's fun getting stuff developed as we work on this. But part of my point, though, bringing this up was just to note that when it's programming related problems, yeah, it can be a little difficult to make the time for prioritizing certain things. Just because, like, for instance, right now, we want to get an update out. Whoa! We want to get an update out for the demo to get the keyboard control customization. So that's currently his main task. Priority numero uno. Yeah. Just a little bit more important than a bug that only happens if you leave the game on a little long, I guess. Or leave the main menu on at that. But it does mean we'll get to it once once the list gets shorter, I guess.
Also, of course, supporting the game when it releases to early access on March 15th helps further ensure our future as full-time game developers instead of hobbyists. One day I'll hit you with that nice, smooth announcer voice.
Let's see. Oh, man. Gold. We've been talking
yes.
for 2 hours. Oh, man. I know I stream every weekend doing normal video game streams, but there's something about having this much to talk about that I'm gonna be tired when the stream's over at 9. Oh,
How are you holding up so far?
I mean, I can still go. It's fine. Just give me a moment to break all my bones. Oh, there we go. That's good. I do I'm
There,
glad.
Those
Okay.
were my bones.
I'm glad to see. So unlike Monday, where everything went wrong and we got 5 viewers, I'm glad to see the viewer numbers on this has been above 50 for the last while. It peaked over 100 viewers, which is really nice.
I would give you my notes on how we've been doing here, but it would throw off your gameplay so badly.
The only thing, I should have expected this. I mean, people are here just to watch the game being played, and I guess, we keep playing the game.
Yeah, I hope folks are enjoying what they're seeing.
You know what? At the risk of destroying the bitrate, I'm gonna set the conveyors a little different looking.
Okay.
Yeah, I should have expected, most people would be here just to see the game played. I did notice a lot of the streams are just footage. Some of them have developer commentary, but yeah, I guess I can't expect Steam to have the most active chat. It's not like Twitch. I mean, maybe one day.
You can call me biased if you want to, but I definitely think it's more fun if the people who worked on the game are talking over it for an event like this.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just I'm glad we have so much to talk about with development and gameplay features and just everything else.
But if you look at this game and you don't know anything about it, you're gonna see something that is very pretty but looks kind of simple on the surface. And then it's you look at how much thought has actually gone into it and how much work there is underneath the hood, and it's there is enough to fill hours of conversation here. There really is.
I mean, it's
sometimes it surprises me. Sometimes I forget just how much depth we put into this thing.
It's I guess that's sort of the thing when you have a project that is just testing some things. When you have a project that is a test project turned pet project, man, I like this little robot dude I made. Gear guys, my baby.
Sure do put him through his paces though.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm so glad I haven't grown tired of working on this game, I guess. It's I was talking recently about how in my head, part of me admittedly has to divide game development and game publishing as two different concepts, because I'm not the biggest fan of all the effort of trying to market a game, trying to get it out there. I want to see people play my game. It's very, very satisfying and makes me feel like I've finally made something people enjoy, that's a real thing of quality. But deep down, while publishing is a bit of a rough process, I still love game development. I'm glad I still, after all this time, haven't burnt out from it, and even making a game like this, I'm still very much enjoying looking at this, looking at these 3 conveyors for years on end. It's a bit silly, but yeah.
Yeah, I still figure it's a sign that we're doing something pretty cool.
Right.
We got to be doing something right if like we can still be working on it without any issues at this point, where it's like, it's not like let's just get this done and get it shoved out the door. It's like, no, we can still go with this for a while if we need to.
It's like I realized recently with the pace at which I develop gauntlets and levels and finish assets, it really did hit me that early access is probably going to be another 2 years. But part of that is also the fact...
I'll put that in my schedule.
Well, part of that is also taking into consideration the fact that my job as the game designer continues on, admittedly, a lot longer than your job as the programmer is going to go. There is going to be a point during... like, in the next year, there is going to be a point at which you're basically done programming features. Like...
I know how this goes. Like, there's been plenty of features for this game where it's like, okay, I know what the end result that I need is. I can't do it all in one day, so we'll just chip away at it here, and we'll chip away at it there. And then at some point I turn around and it's like, oh, I guess it's done now.
Right.
And it's like, I've had that happen multiple times. At some point, I'm going to have a day where I look at this, and that is going to be the state of the programming for the game. So it's like, then it's just content left to build, but it's like, I can definitely imagine that day where it's like, oh, this is not just feature complete, this is bug fix complete. There's no program tuning up that needs to be done anymore. We're in a good spot, and I can look at something else to prepare for the next one while you finish out this one.
And I do like that, because this project kind of being my brainchild, having a bit of time where you're kind of off this project and trying to figure out what you want to do next. Like, that's one thing I can say. We have a lot of ideas. We definitely have a lot of ideas in the chamber. And I do like the idea that you're gonna get a chance to kind of be the one who gets to figure out which of all of these ideas most interests you next. Just because I kind of pulled us along so long on this project, I definitely want to figure out, okay, which one Gold. Of course, I can't help but keep thinking one of the ideas we had. The more I talk about it, the more I'm like, wait a second, this is a combination of games you like. I have a feeling. But I can't make that choice for you.
I hope we don't go into too much depth on that now, just because, like,
yeah,
we don't want to make promises about things that we haven't started.
Right. Yeah, like, I legitimately can't even begin to promise what the next game is going to be, just because, again, when you have this many little ideas to work with, it's just, yeah. It's something. But, where was I? Yeah, so there will be a period of time where I'm developing this game and Gold is kind of working on the next. The weird part with the way asset creation works compared to design documents, technically I'll be working on both projects. But I think I've joked in the past when it comes to anything is that talk is cheap. And that includes me, like, when I'm helping you, like, design new games. There's definitely a level of I can be working on this game and talking about what we need to do in the next game, giving you, like, ideas and refinements and feedback on what you've programmed or requesting things to program for the next one. Like, yeah. It is one of those things where those things can happen the same time. But obviously, though...
I oftentimes hear the phrase talk is cheap as a derogatory thing. I have never thought about it in the context of, here is something simple and easy I can contribute while my mind is elsewhere.
See, that's the funny thing, because I've been thinking about it this way specifically because of being in the Noida Discord, and I've been busy with this, but I've still been conversating in those chats about the iCipher. Ooh. And so, yeah, I don't have the time to experiment with cracking the cipher, but I do have the time to, you know, make a couple comments or joke or whatever else, and so it is a mixture of talk is cheap, as in, you know, talking about things I want to do, or talking about, or making jokes or whatever, but also, you know, talking with people, sharing ideas with them, things like that. That's like, okay, yeah, it's not really wasting me any time to type out a paragraph based on something I had in a dream. I don't think I was being very productive while I slept.
Yeah, you never know.
I mean, admittedly, yeah, like, I was posting last night about going crazy because I had a thought while I was showering of, like, something I needed to, work on. And then I forgot by the time I got out of the shower, and it took me an hour to remember again. It's just like, yeah, I was a little fixated on my work last night. Because, those shower thoughts was also what had me remember, oh yeah, I should fix the bullets not rendering in front of things.
Sure, it's like I've gotten some weird creative ideas at different times like that. Sometimes it's something that I literally dream of, or sometimes it's like while I'm waking up or whatever. I always try to write down the best ones, but it's like 1 in 100 that are actually worth writing down.
Right.
And it's like... There's even a handful where it's like, while it's going through my head, I'm thinking to myself, I should remember this because this is going to be worth sharing with somebody I know once I wake up. And it's like, I give myself an hour awake, and it's like, I still remember it loud and clear in my mind. It does not seem as cool now as it did when it originally came into my head. So it's
Right.
like, it's the most random that my mind can get, I think. Sometimes that's very good. Sometimes it's not even worth the effort.
Right, yeah. I wonder if I should turn up the game a little. Like, I don't know if you've had, like, the stream on with... Well, obviously, hearing your own voice would be weird, maybe not. But...
Yeah, I don't have sound on, unfortunately. I can't check that.
This is admittedly why I wouldn't mind if we had at least one person in, like, chat, but... I guess having continuous viewers, I assume something must be okay. But yeah, so, yeah, I guess that is, one of the weird things with, that version of, Talk is Cheap. Where, I got greedy and didn't pay attention to living. Give me a second, I need a drink. Man, I want to get 2 million points. You know, I haven't hit the... Oh gosh. I haven't hit the restart button. See, it still does that thing that I talk about, where sometimes it shares stuff from the last one. Gotta fix that, man. Anyway,
On the list.
we just gotta clear some data or something. I don't know, man. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, part of the whole talk is cheap. I think part of my logic with it during development is, you know how there's, like, action economy or whatever? Like, I guess, what, in D&D, is that what that would be? Or, I can't remember. I don't actually do tabletop.
Yeah, it's a term that I hear often enough, and it's like, I understand what this means, but it's always so hard to tell what someone's talking about when they use the term.
Yeah, so, I guess I've kind of, in my head, realized when you need to get tasks done, sometimes it's important, or like when you're planning out a game, actually, is another one. It can be kind of important to, in your head, think of like the action economy of, okay, this kind of feature takes me an entire day to work on. This kind of feature takes me an entire week to work on. You only get like 50 or so of those a week, give or take, if you include like vacation weeks or just anything else that could come up and interrupt a week. And so with that sort of action economy in mind, while I would say unlike something like D&D, where talking is seemingly apparently literally free on the action economy, in real life you can still say in your personal day-to-day action economy, oftentimes out of everything, talking is cheap. It's something you can do a lot of with a minimal cost to your time. And as such, yeah, it is something I think about if we get onto another project where it's just like, yeah, you can be spending most of your action economy actually working on the game, and I can be contributing a very cheap amount of mine to providing you design concepts and such. Talking about
when I try to make a decision on like what direction we're going when we get to that point, I will keep as much of that in mind as I can.
Right. And part of why I bring this up is the fact that even if we do start working on another game, yeah, my entire action economy is still basically gonna be having to be dedicated to this one. You can't, like, with goodwill with your players, start a game, not finish it, and then start another game. Like, I have to finish this game. It's like, I can't just be like, ooh, shiny, and just go work on the next one, you know? So that's why I'm glad the way things work out means, you working on another one doesn't really interrupt me working on this one. It is a bit silly because it does make me realize, yeah, like, at a certain point in development, I'll probably figure out whether or not this game will end up having too much content, because I still find it interesting to think, if a gauntlet takes about 10 minutes, even if a player gets to a level of skill where they can beat them, like, generally on first try, even if they're difficult, and, like, you know, even if they're, like, nearly beaten or whatever, first trying 60 gauntlets is still a lot of time. I think it does mean the game would be, like, something like 10 hours of content. For somebody who is skilled.
It probably feels like you're getting what you hope for out of the game at that point, right?
See, the thing that gets interesting for me is the fact that... Let me lean forward. I think I got really far away from the microphone for a second there. Oh! Rip.
You don't lean as far forward as you can while playing an action game?
Nah, I got really relaxed. That's why I just hit that laser. Oh, this is greedy. But no, yeah, so the odd thing there is I feel like a consideration has to be made for the sense of completing the game. There's a lot of games people play over and over where they, you know, they've completed it. Like most roguelikes, if you get a winning run, is like 1 to 2 hours of content. Now I get that, like, you could see a lot of these levels as, like, you know, a single gauntlet is maybe 1 to 2 hours of content. Or not a single gauntlet, a single arena is 1 to 2 hours of content. So arenas themselves might feel kind of more similar to the standard roguelike length of play session. But yeah, I don't know. It's just the sense of on a replay, how long does it feel for a player to play all of the content again? And I don't know. It's an under talked about layer of games where sometimes you can just have games that are too long for their kind of content. Because for a lot of players, even with 10 hours of content, that easily multiplies into 100 hours as they play the game over again or try to get better high scores or whatever else they end up doing. Yeah, I don't know. It's just an interesting consideration of, like, could I possibly make too much? I don't really think so.
I get the concern. There is one that I've been going through recently. I'm not going to name drop it because I'm about to smack talk something about it, but it's the sort of game where it's like I turn it on and it's like, this seems like it could be a good 20-hour adventure. And then I see the way that it's flowing. It's like, are they going to try to make this 100 hours? I really hope not.
Right. See, that's
like,
the thing. I'm not just trying to, like, farm out hours in the game. Each bit of content I want to add to the game is supposed to add substance to the replayability. But
yeah, and like that,
yeah.
part of what I was thinking about with the other example was like, well, the reason that I don't want it to go on that long is because they're spending a lot of my time doing nothing. Like, I might have dialogue that's going longer than it should be, or I might be repeating gameplay that I've already done just to move forward. And it's like, well, with this, what do you expect when you turn it on? You expect the kind of challenge you get when you put a quarter in an arcade machine.
Right.
And it's like, the way that we do some random shuffling means you don't necessarily get the same thing twice unless you're using a seed like we talked about before. But you kind of know what you're getting into as you turn on each arena, each gauntlet, each challenge that you want to go through with this.
Right,
so
yeah.
I don't think there's going to be that same kind of disappointment when a person sees, oh, there's more. Because, like, if someone plays this for so many hours and they decide that they're done with it, that's fine. They can move on to the next thing if they want to. But if they want to keep going, well, every piece of it should be something juicy on its own. It should be something that's like you turn this on and it's like, oh yeah, one more to go through, one more to overcome. And I think that's the direction that we're going with the way that we're working on this.
Yeah, so actually, I guess if I had to compare it to another experience I've had, and I will name drop this game because I'm about to praise it, I guess it's kind of similar to a game I like called Dust Force, where that game, it has a similar thing this game will end up having, where the final portions of the content are very difficult. And I haven't actually ever completed Dust Force because the final levels are too hard and I've never been able to get good enough to actually beat it. But I still very much like Dust Force, and part of the motivator to playing more of that game tends to be, can I increase my skill to get past the later harder levels? So I guess my goal with this game and adding more content to it is to provide as much of that kind of experience for players. Where, like, it doesn't just become what this stream is, where these are the first 2 levels, I know how to play them, so I'm going to play them well every single time. I say that having just gotten through this one with no lives remaining, but okay. Yeah, I've game overed on before the boss in this stream, right? Like, it hasn't just been on infinite mode, right? I've gotten.
It was a freak thing, but I think it happened.
This is where I wish we were in person together right now, so I could hand you the controller. Yeah, like if my brother gets home, I should just bring him into the room and just have him hold the controller and play a session for me.
Yeah, if you handed it to me, you'd see a consistent 75% completion. If you hand it to him, I don't know what to expect.
He hasn't played it in a while? That's always uncomfortable.
I mean, the first time I tried the gun gauntlet mode, I lasted for 2 minutes.
Yeah, not gonna lie, it is maybe a little bit of a difficulty jump right now. Again, I do think in the full version, the difficulty of these first 2 levels is going to be lower. Oops. See, this is why we do the swoop. I do think the difficulty is going to be lower on the first 2 levels so that I can make it harder on later levels. Like, this might be the difficulty of levels like 3 and 4. And then it gets even harder with like 5 and 6, you know? I'm gonna go one more and then I'll take one last BRB for the evening. I try to take BRBs once per hour just to stretch my legs. Oh. Speaking of stretching. By the way, don't worry, this is the only time we're going to have version numbers this messed up. The first early access version was always going to be version 0.7, and we're getting exponentially like closer to it. But
Just shows you how finely tuned this game can be.
During development, I will be a good boy after the demo. I will use proper version numbers. I know how to do it properly, I swear. Oh, man. So I guess talking about maybe some gameplay meta for a second here. Yeah, there's a lot you can do to improve your like combos and everything. Again, like we were talking about the slowdown effect. Obviously one of the things that's very important is getting a mix of deflecting things and collecting points. Points right now are notably better than actually fighting in a lot of cases. But in harder gauntlets, you might not be able to rely on the points because I just won't spawn as many for you. That said, I actually am making a consideration to change the comboing system so that score and combo that you get from destroying things gives you more of a, like, I don't want to say mercy time, but like a better timer than collecting points to better encourage, okay, yeah, you can keep your combo better by attacking things.
More time before the combo ends if you do it that way.
Right. I'm not sure if that means I'll actually lower it on the collectibles to make it even more incentive, but it's hard to say whether I want to make the collectibles a little harder to keep the combo going on.
Yeah, it has to at least be good enough that when you see a cluster of them like that, like you would think, just collecting them all in a row, the combo keeps up for that. For swooping across the room with a dash, not necessarily. Like, you could need to rely on destroying things for that. It's just the kind of thing we gotta tweak and tinker with and figure out, which does not cost me development time when we do that. It's not something that takes extra programming. It's just tweaking what we already have a little bit. Right.
I mean, that's yeah, there's a lot of game balance considerations that come into play with development. Also, one thing worth noting is the combo, even though you only get 25 points for damaging objects that don't get destroyed, the combo is, like, kept, like, going. It's just, I mean, part of me does consider making that score like a little bit better. I'm not sure. Part of me, admittedly, I don't know. It's kind of funny if I don't. If I don't end up utilizing it like that, The 25 points will never be seen. Just kind of a weird, funny thought. But, where was I? Other things with the meta. Like, I don't want to spoil all of the meta I've discovered. But, I mean, there's some interesting things. Like, for instance, objects that are pushed and then get damaged, the player gets credit for the damage. Which comes in handy with these.
Yeah, that's...
Whoa. I'm hoping people understood the context of why I was chuckling there. If not, well, learn it yourself. Play the game. Yeah, now I'm just being weird.
Yeah, another bit of our development that comes to mind as we talk about the points, the comboing, and everything. Remember, there was a point really, really early in our development before we had made the points capsules as a concept, even, and it was like one of the.
Uh-oh, your audio just cut out.
Was
Could
that
you say
it
that
was
again?
easier to deal with
Gold,
some of the turrets and things.
Gold, can you hear me? Hello? Gold?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. I was telling you to...
I'm still here.
You might want to pause for a moment because, your audio started cutting out and I was, like, trying to get your attention and you weren't reacting to me at all! Oh no! Okay.
Yeah, I think my internet is just kind of going a little bit bad here.
I'm a little suspicious because, like, one of my brothers got home, and even though he hasn't even gotten on his computer yet, I swear, one of the phones in this household must be destroying our Wi-Fi. Anyway, sorry. I think you're stable now?
I can start that thought over. But,
let's see.
where
Oh,
was
no.
going.
I'm sorry, no, it's doing that same thing it was doing when we were streaming Splatoon that one time. Every time you start speaking, it starts breaking. Okay, if I recall what fixed this last time, give us one moment. Do you want to go over to Slack real quick?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, I'm gonna disconnect from Discord. Okay. Sorry about this. He's trying to talk and the internet has other ideas for him. Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How do I sound?
A little quiet. Where do I adjust that? Whoa! Sounded like you fell over.
Sorry. I moved my microphone. I should have muted before I did that.
Okay, I think you're fine now.
Okay.
Let's try again. You were talking about points.
Right. So, early in our development, we found that it was easier to just like huddle and try deflecting things back at the turrets. And it's like we do need a reason for the player to face more of the danger and really get in there. And the points ended up being a good incentive for that.
Yeah, so like what I'm doing in game right now where I'm pressed up against the wall, in the very earliest versions, this is basically all you would ever do because you would know, oh, well, the bullets aren't like, they're only coming from one direction. I'm safe down here. And so a couple of things were done to change that. We added the other obstacles, like the plasma obstacles were one, and in this version we added the barriers, which here they are, fittingly. But the incentive of the collecting the points capsules was definitely a huge one. Along with just making the game more dangerous.
Nicely. it works out nicely with the way the difficulty progresses, because it's like you can attempt the safe route of just like huddling in a corner and deflecting whatever comes at you, but it's going to take you a long time to get to the boss if you do it that way, as opposed to if you're willing to get in there and collect just those points as you can. You're going to speed things up. You're going to get out in more quick, to more dangerous as you get to the end, but you're still going to get them quickly than you would if you just try to hide from everything.
I forgot. So this is one of the reasons why we switched to Slack when your internet gets messed up. I totally forgot that Slack actually has the catch-up feature. So I heard every word of that, but your audio got real goofy as it stuttered and then sped up to catch back up everything that it missed. Right. I totally forgot about that.
I suppose I would prefer that.
Right, it doesn't look like I'm losing any frames, so I guess it was just that. But man, it is... Oh man, internet. Please, just let us do our little stream. This one always felt kind of funny to have in the tutorial level, because it's not actually that dangerous most of the time, but it's kind of there to freak you out.
There are some things that are going to add pressure just by being what they are.
And it also means in a later level I can just not have the barriers there. Good luck. The barriers were an interesting addition just because I wanted something that would like fill an entire lane. And would be like, you can't just push these out of the way like everything else. You can kind of push them out of the way, but not nearly effectively enough. But also, oh, here we go again. What was I gonna say? I have been considering whether we need to modify the barriers for later gauntlets, or actually more specifically later arenas, because yeah, I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I deal with spawning barriers in an arena where the conveyors are only 2 wide instead of 3. Like, we might need special logic for those where it'll spawn like a variant shorter version, or I might just not use them at all.
Yeah, we'll have to figure it out. We could set it up so that it chooses the barrier obstacle, and then it looks what arena you're playing on, and it was just direct one based on that. We just have to see what we like the feel of as we get that far.
I wonder why your internet has been getting worse. I'm sorry to make this like the topic, but I'm actually kind of curious because this is a relatively new problem in the last month or two.
We should have consistently good internet, and then every now and then they just have a day where something goes wrong, I think.
I guess so. I'm just glad, yeah, it was just... Okay, you know how, what is it? Not Miitopia. Well, I guess Miitopia, but you know how they sound in, like, Tamagotchi Life? Some of the Miis will talk, like, really fast and weird. Oh, I'm in infinite mode. Oops. I was actually gonna... Okay, I guess I'll take my BRB in a moment. Sorry. The way Slack handles your audio, it'll just go silent for a moment, and then you'll be like... It's like, I can hear it all, but it's really funny. Ooh. But, anyway... Enough of our technical difficulties aside. What was something else I wanted to talk about? I guess one thing with one of our earlier topics. Why did I do that? Part of why I wanted to make this game look very visually nice is it just seems really uncommon to me, at least from what I've seen, to see games like this, where it's a relatively simple arcadey concept in the modern day, but with like really detailed graphics. Like, I mean, even our very, very old concepts, I was originally thinking of making it with sprites before going with 3D. So it definitely does feel like something that you would almost be more used to seeing either in like a pixel art style or like even like those smoother flash game type styles. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I always feel like it's important to choose the style based on what the project is and what kind of feel it should have to it. It doesn't just have to be like the newest, most modern visual style.
Right. Yeah.
It can be like a fancy 2D if that's appropriate. It can be an old school kind of graphical style if that's what's appropriate. It's just that it just depends what look and feel you're going for.
I really hope these internet problems go away because I'm just physically incapable of not like commenting on them when they happen. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. I'm just being stupid now. Oh, that was interesting. It was like all of what the heck? Oh my gosh!
To get
the game is like that's the most generous I've ever seen it be. If only I knew the seed. But anyway, sorry. Yeah, graphical styles. Yeah, yeah, obviously not all of our games are going to be like realistic 3D style stuff. I wouldn't really call this realistic. Maybe, I don't know. Would you consider this high fidelity? Like, it's 4K textures, it's using, like, physics-based, or, physical-based materials, stuff like that. It is stylized, but it definitely leans into a level of, realistic material and lighting properties. Like, one of our next projects will probably be closer to, like a toon shader, maybe, style, or I don't know what else. Admittedly, I do like working with 3D, so a lot of our projects will probably continue to be 2.5D. Wow, this seed is crazy generous. What's the catch? Oh, the catch is that lasers are here. But yeah. I'm actually kind of curious, like, I don't know if I've ever even asked you if you have any, like, specific visual styles you'd like to experiment with. I know that you're interested in a later project having, character portraits and such. And I know we talked about, like, one of our projects definitely leading into that for, some of the characters that we, like, some of, like, the... Like, I guess you've talked about, like, visual flares you would like to have games have, but I don't know if there's any, like, specific visual styles that you'd like me to experiment with.
I'll let you know. That's the kind of thing it's hard for me to come up with on the spot. I don't have anything in mind where it's like, yeah, I can picture exactly how I want this to look in my head. It's more like, as we move forward, we'll figure it out.
Right, yeah. I guess that's my job as the visual guy, is to picture it in my head all the time. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna take my last BRB of the evening, and then we'll play a couple more times until around 9 o'clock.
In the meantime, while
I'll
I'm
step away
gone
while
for a
you
minute...
do.
In the meantime, while I'm gone for a minute, don't forget to wishlist Great Gun Gauntlet on Steam. Or try the demo for yourself if you want to give it a feel.
New high score. BRB. I'm returning. Don't be afraid. You won't be alone for long. Ugh. It's very important while doing streams to get up every so many minutes, or you will die. Yeah, funny enough, doing a broadcast on Steam's service like this is an interesting mix of the most people watching me, and also that I've done in a live stream, but also the least I've ever had anybody in, like, chat. Which does make me think we do definitely need to get restream set up so that we could have this on Steam, Twitch, and YouTube all at the same time, just to maximize, like, I mean, Twitch chats are, like, super active. It definitely is probably...
Yeah, I figured...
Go ahead, sorry.
I figure somewhere in this year we'll probably get that set up. It just makes too much sense.
Right. It's not that expensive. Anyway, here. For the next few, let me go back to dark mode because I like it. One thing with dark mode, also I'm just gonna go back to the simple conveyors just because it's probably best for bitrate. Yeah, one thing with dark mode, it will be slightly better in the full version once I complete making the rest of the textures for the models, because you can probably tell while watching as a viewer that what did I just do? That some of the assets aren't entirely complete. Like, when I talk about it being high fidelity, and then there's occasionally just one of these things that just doesn't have any textures yet. I mean, a lot of them have textures, the textures just aren't finished. Like, these ones all on screen right now, like, everything on screen currently has its textures completed, and you can tell. But it's very noticeable in dark mode when something isn't finished, because, well, it doesn't have its emission textures, and it doesn't look as cool and glowy as it's supposed to be. Like, it has some of it, but not all of it. Let's see, what else is worth talking about? See, the weird part with live streams like this, where, like, people are popping in and out, is there's always going to be new viewers, so reiterating stuff is not the worst, but at the same time, like, doesn't feel natural to conversate something over again.
Yeah, it's like, do we try to retread ground we've already covered, or do we look for more new things to talk about, which so far we've done surprisingly well for how long this has been going.
Yeah, I guess I'm actually just glad that I didn't have you for Monday's stream, especially because that one went poorly. Yeah, here's an example of one that's still... Oh, well, I destroyed it. Why did I'm trying to, like, be like, oh, this still needs its texture, and then I destroy it. Okay. But anyway, sorry, yeah, I'm glad I didn't have you on for Mondays, just because it would have been awkward for us to have our natural conversation and then come here, like, Saturday and have to have the same natural conversation. It definitely made the two streams a little different from each other.
Yeah, I suppose it worked out in its own way.
Right. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do for the last few sessions here? I'm not just gonna play. I'm gonna try to play really well, because I want to see like what kind of score I can get. Okay, that broke the combo.
If you play better than normal, don't forget your kill screens.
Well, that's only if I'm in infinite mode. Or endless mode, or whatever. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Right. I guess I could talk a little bit about some of the ideas I've had for other characters. Including... So, okay. Considering, like, my job is to sell people on... Yeah, Early Access is gonna have lots of content. Now, I should note, due to the nature of Early Access, you're not really supposed to promise content. This is just stuff that I want to add, I plan to add. Legal technicalities, you know? I can't promise you anything, but I hope and I dream that every plan comes to fruition. I don't know. I don't 100%. Like, I'm just remembering what the documentation was saying about early access not being promises. But anyway.
Yeah, and we want to talk about some of the things that we're thinking about. We don't want it to come across as we promise this is what we're going to do, or like this is a thing we might do. We don't want that to sound like we're definitely doing this.
Right.
So it's like that's kind of the caveat that we need.
So for this next chunk of stuff, this is definitely me leaning more into this is really risky. me leaning into more like concepts that we're playing around with. So Gear Guy, the character I'm playing at right now, their main gimmicks is having a slowdown boost effect and having a deflector for deflecting bullets back. What I've had as an idea for the second character, who I call currently Gear Gal, is a character who does have a gun, shoots bullets probably more similar to the little ones that you were probably seeing on screen there, that are like slightly smaller. And so, yeah, she would be able to destroy things instead of just deflecting back. And the secondary I had for that one that came to mind was actually kind of like a bullet vacuum. So I think my main gimmick for that is going to be that I'll have it so the regen effect for your energy for shooting, because similar to the deflector costing energy from that thing in the top left corner, shooting bullets for Geargal is going to cost energy as well. And I think I'll have that recharge slower, but if you use the vacuum to suck up bullets, it'll, like, give it little recharge boosts. So that's, I guess, the main thing that comes to mind right now. There's a couple interesting thoughts with that. Part of the part of what goes into that is dealing with the issue that when designing gauntlets, like, it's completely unrealistic for me to change the gauntlets for every character. Making as many of them as there is like difficult enough. So I have to make the characters work within the gauntlets rather than the other way around. And the main limitation I hit, like, if lasers are coming and you don't think you can dodge it, with Geargal you could probably destroy them by shooting them fast enough. But if, like, those spinning turrets come in and they shoot, like, a whole wall of bullets, you're in trouble. if you don't have a deflector. So having it be able to absorb the bullets is probably ideal as a way to avoid the player getting stuck in impossible situations. Oh gosh, it's back! Okay, I could have survived that, but that was stupid. The quad laser is a bit troublesome, and I do kind of think I want to add more leniency to it. So long as I was sitting, like, right here, it wouldn't have killed me. But if you panic, man... Gold, have you died?
No, I'm just, well, first off, I'm letting you talk about what you have planned, and second, I'm wary in case my internet is still bad.
Oh, I think it's gotten better. I think you've been fine for the last few minutes.
Okay, because I did want to talk about one more development thought that you reminded me of, talking about, like, the primary and secondary abilities. But, like, really early on, when we gave Gear Guy his dash ability, it was the first iteration that we did of it was just to move in a straight line very quickly. And it's like, well, this seems like it's a good idea because it can help you get out of a dangerous situation, but it doesn't feel very useful as it is right now.
Oh, right.
So that was what spurred us to do the time slowdown when you dash like that. And it's like, it just worked out so nicely because it's like you're moving faster and you have finer control.
Yeah, yeah, that is one thing. It doesn't just slow it down for sure. It definitely gives you a speed boost. Like, you can kind of tell you don't slow down with the slowdown. Your character is very fast. Gosh. Oh gosh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Kill him! Right? In infinite mode, am I fine? I can't move. Yeah, okay, cool. Sorry. Just... when you win, it takes your controls away. There's under 10 minutes. It's not bad. Oh, man. Yeah, what else? So yeah, there's Gear Gal with the ability to shoot. Then a later one I had as like a thought was military gear. which would be a kind of a combination where you still have like a small, like my mental picture is a much like a larger, like not much larger, but a larger robot that has like a riot shield. I just tried to say military and riot at the same time. That's so weird. Yeah, it has like a riot shield looking energy shield, and it also has the gun, so it can still deflect things. But sort of, I guess the difficulty with using that one is the fact that it is bulkier. Like the maneuvering abilities are a bit lacking, I guess. But it's very destructive would be the gimmick with that one. I do want to make ones that are more focused on like the speedy aspects of the character. Funny enough, I was thinking about like a conversation I had with somebody about the game. And a secondary version of Gear Guy that... Or not Gear Guy specifically, but another one of the robots where their gimmick is that they have like an energy blade and can like both break boxes and deflect bullets with it might be cool. Where it's like they don't hold it up, but they do like press it every time. I think it was the person that commented comparing the game to like a bullet parry system. And I'm like, well, you know, for a secondary character, an actual literal bullet parry would be pretty good. As yeah, as an idea.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
I think the one I mentioned earlier with one that has like tank treads or whatever. Are you having problems over here? Get out of the arena. Sorry. The one with tank treads, I think, would have to be one that is dedicated to being very speedy. Just because you're fighting against the conveyors. You have to be able to go at, like, maximum speeds. That one would probably be the one that would have, like, an actual dash ability. Like, maybe it would have a dash ability and a slowdown ability separately. Hard to say. And then there's...
It's kind of funny to me, thinking again about how, like, even as we develop the game and as we do the creating for it and everything, we're still discovering things. A lot of these ideas, we just have to try them for ourselves and see how they feel, so that we can, like, pick the right direction to go with them and decide, like, does this idea does it feel as good as it sounded when we were discussing it?
That's one of the reasons why even though I plan to have more arenas, I don't really mark it with like any of like the concept art or anything with those right now, just because
Yeah, I think it's better to like work on these things, get them to a final state or close to a final state, and then show them to the world all at once rather than do the concepting along the way.
Yeah, because like I have to do a lot of testing. Like I mentioned the arena that would have the conveyors in a bit of a horseshoe shape. I need to find out, is this actually as good of an idea as it seems, or does it have some notable problem I need to solve? Plus, like, a lot of development has been the two of us reworking the original, like, concepts and code into a state where it's scalable. Like, the whole problem, like, a whole large part of the problem of why it has taken so long to get from the old, early alpha demo to this has been because the alpha demo just wasn't built to scale. There was really, like, no good ways of, like, adding more arenas, designing gauntlets differently. Like, in this arena, there are 9 spawn points and 3 conveyors. Well, in the original version, the code was basically built to support that exact set of content. And now, yeah, we can change the numbers and modify the defaults to do it a bit differently. It's definitely doesn't take as many reworks, I guess.
I feel like I'm reaching very far back with this one, but there may have been a very, very early development stage where, like, the things that appeared on the conveyors and that were spawned in were just completely random. Not even like a pattern system to decide
probably
what should be grouped together. And that is ancient history at this point. It's like it is so much more curated now than pure randomness was. But I think that's how it started life.
Yeah, I think here at the end of the stream, I'll just go through my folder of old screenshots. I've been trying to get back into the habit of taking screenshots and whatnot, because I used to be really, really good about it. And then I think around the time that the arena for this version, like, started looking good, I stopped taking as many screenshots. Because, yeah, the arena itself was, like, one of those major, like, visual progress things. Dang it. That I was just really happy with as I was learning. I mean, looking back on it, it's still embarrassing that, as I mentioned on Monday's stream, I had so little skill as a game developer. Ooh, another one. I had so little skill as a game developer at one point that the entire game was like built out of default Unity cubes. Or like planes or other things that were just like kind of cut out with like textures. It was so bad originally. Like it's funny because everything is like such clean, like optimized models and just chef's kiss in terms of the efficiency I've put into it. But you have to start somewhere before you learn what is and isn't bad practice. And that's how the pasta is made. I don't know.
Well, it's just part of the process to figure out what works. You throw the spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks.
Gold?
Disclaimer, don't throw your spaghetti at the wall.
What kind of pasta do you make?
I have said all I am going to.
Is this why? This is why I'm gonna do the cooking in the studio? You are not meal prepping for employee meal day.
Hey, I won't throw your spaghetti at the wall.
The, crud. What is the agency for food safety?
Might be more than one of them, but is it like the FDA?
Yeah, close enough. I was gonna say, well, actually, now what's the place that, like, your restaurant will get closed down if they find your food is messed up?
I don't think I know that one.
Oh no. Well, I'm when I say FDA, just imagine that one. I was gonna say, I don't think wall spaghetti is either FDA or OSHA approved.
Well, nobody's gonna eat it off the wall. That's just the experiment.
Sure. I ain't wasting spaghetti. I just let down my deflector. Okay. Speaking of our earlier topic about color coding everything. One of the things I was really happy with when we made everything glow with emission colors. One of my favorite additions was the fact that the players' colors slowly get red as they run out of energy.
Yeah, I kind of like what we did there because it's like you have your energy meter in the top corner if you're able to keep your eye on that. But if you're really focused on what you're doing, having a color indicator right there on the player to remind you your energy is being used up, it's just like such a nice thing. It's like it doesn't really matter where you can afford to keep your eyes. You're still going to get the information that you need because of that.
Right. This actually reminds me. Something I keep forgetting about. In the old version, we used to have this like weird little arrow in front of the player to help them know which way they're pointed. And a part of me wonders like whether having that as an option would be a good idea to add back in. I'm not sure. I've never needed it, but I don't know how it feels for like newer players.
I might be able to add that because it's like there was a point where the way that he was facing was based on a cursor that was controlled by the mouse. And it would follow him around, but you would just use that to change his facing. And we found the current control scheme to be more natural, even if you are using the mouse to do it.
Right, yeah, that's actually...
So
oh, man. That's a weird thing to remember when the cursor used to control it like that instead of just simply you move it about and it takes your delta.
Yeah, so it's like we took away the one visual indicator when we did that. We may have taken away more than one because it's like, yeah, we just don't need this anymore. But an option for an arrow pointing your forward direction is not a bad idea.
Right. You know, even though I said I would show stuff at the end of the stream, I do want to grab one from the one that I linked last night, just as an example of something we were working on. If you found the bullets hard to see through smoke during any of this playthrough tonight, this is something I did just last night where they render over. So that's one thing I have. What else do I want? What the heck is this? Okay, sorry, Gold. I'm gonna show weird screenshots for a second because I can't stop.
You're allowed to do that, but just keep in mind that because of stream delay, I'm not going to see it while you're talking about it. I'm going to see it after.
This is the weirdest old little visual. I think I remember this. When the spinners would hit things and start ascending. This is old. Oh my gosh.
We could have our own creepy story in universe about this extraterrestrial encounter.
Oh, right. Oh, no. Sorry. Let me stop just dragging and dropping random things in. I'll do that at the end of the stream. I swear. Oh, here's one more. Here's what the character used to look like. Very crusty, very old. And I can't help but feel like where's a better... I can't help but feel like they have improved dramatically over the years in terms of visual quality. Ignore my choice of screenshot for presenting such a thing. When their arms used to be just squares. Yeah, was this still when I was just using Unity, like, prefabs? That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna get back to gameplay. I'll show more weird, goofy things at the end of the stream. I am out of water, though. I should have actually probably grabbed some. But, I can do that after a run. Just a reminder of another thing that we're working on in the next patch that'll come out in the next few days for the demo. Sensitivity sliders. If you think this game looks slippery and crazy and weird, the movement sensitivity's gonna be adjustable. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Let's see. What else to talk about? Huh. My brain's turning off. I think I'm getting tired. I only have to go another... I mean, it'll be 4 hours and 20 minutes, but I started early, so... Maybe in another 20 or 30 minutes, I'll just start showing you development screenshots for the rest of the stream.
Yeah, perhaps there's an unwritten rule that 4 hours on a single topic is the limit.
Right? Like, oh man. Remember when I used to do... I don't know what was wrong with me as, like, a young adult or late teenager. When I used to do, like, 9-hour streams if I got stuck on something in a game.
Oh, I remember that.
You'd go to bed and then wake up and
usually-
I'd still be going, basically.
I think that only happened once. Usually you ended before I woke up.
Now, admittedly, the one I remember was also when I was, like, really early to streaming. Like, really new to it, and I had a really late stream schedule. Like, it's funny to me now that my current... Like, I stream 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., including when I do events like this. And... I don't know, it's weird that my old stream ending time was like midnight back in the day. It's like, why? Why would I do this to myself and anybody watching me? Oh my gosh. Oh, to be young again.
It's one reason to work on video games, right?
Who needs to work on video games when I... Here, let me just give up. We're this close to a release. I'll just go back to modding Minecraft again.
Wait a minute.
Oh wait, no. I want to mod Noida now. Oh. I do find it funny because that's actually when the thing you love is working on game design and game content and whatnot. It admittedly, like, if money wasn't a problem, it is just really tempting to just keep working on content for other people's games.
Yeah, I have my own, at least one. Maybe I could come up with more than one, but like games that I could work on mods for forever if I didn't have to do anything else. And it's like I just can't let myself, and the fact that I do have the full-time job to worry about is probably
Right.
the biggest reason I can't. It's like I can split my focus between my job and working on this project. I cannot add another game to the mix, especially one that I do not own.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that was the problem and why I just like, okay, I just need to start just making my own games. Dedicate time to it, dedicate focus to it. Because I have an ever-increasing list of games I want to develop. Pet projects and all kinds of ideas I'm curious to try to make. And if I keep just modding other games, I'll never get around to these concepts. Which is kind of a problem because sometimes I'll be like, oh, well, maybe I can make them as a game mod for something else. And that just was leaving me in a state where it's just like, I was getting tired of the quality, like the lower quality and the limitations of working in somebody else's game with their game features. It's just like, I want to do everything. I want everything. I'm greedy. It's like, one of the last things I had done before, we started working on games together was that dungeon crawler for Minecraft. And people make much more intricate ones nowadays, but it's funny to me seeing people make videos where it's just like something I had done that I was very like happy with 10 years ago that people are like presenting as an impressive achievement, and it's just like, yeah. Considering every time I would go to release one of these, an update would come out that would invalidate whatever feature I was using to make my mods like
That's
work.
kind of the worst.
Yeah, work properly. Just moving on to making my own games. It was like a necessity to not go insane.
Yeah, like at this point, if we develop something that invalidates something previous, it just means we're obsoleting our old work.
Right.
We're making improvements. And we've done that a few times. We've developed things that's like, well, we have something better now. We don't need to use the old code. And that's kind of a relief because the old code was probably a big mess.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like, it is awkward. There's a couple features that are worth taking some of your old code for, but a lot of it's just like the concepts need taken and put into new games. Because yeah, while this is our first officially released game that we're putting out, we have a good few projects on the back burner already that honestly we did get pretty far with, but we hit that point where we realized it would take still several more years to polish and actually make it into something, rather than just a collection of features to make something. Like, the point of prototyping versus making an actual full game is such a notable difference. It's like actually wild.
We will never be lacking for ideas, just for time.
Right. Yeah, so, it will be interesting, again, the thing I was talking about earlier, where this game is getting to a point where you don't really have to work on it, and it'll be mostly me finishing it. And so, yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of excited to see some of our other efforts come to fruition. Partially just with the layer of, 1 second, sorry, I was adjusting in my chair. Partially just with the fact that because we worked on those other projects in the background for so long, it does feel like it's just like, oh yeah, we've just been working on this one little mini game for 10 years. Like, from an outside perspective, it looks a little more like we're stuck on this than we are. I mean, we are pretty stuck on working on this. Again, I couldn't help but let it become a pet project. But yeah. I'm hoping this means that it'll feel like other games will come out a lot faster by comparison.
Well, it's so weird. It's like you hear people say that like game development, and especially developing your first game, is a big learning process, and you're learning all these things as you do them for the first time and everything. But there's definitely a truth to it, because like I feel like there are some features in this game where like I had to program them from the ground up 3 different times, and each version was better than the one that came before it. And that's just like, some of that is just practice and like applying the things that you know to what you were doing before when you didn't know the best way to go about it. And like, even though we would be looking at using a different game engine going forward, a lot of what we learned with this one still applies, and even some of the code that we've written can still be ported to other projects because of the way it works. So it's like you're building the game, you're also are building yourself and your skill set, and you got to kind of be able to appreciate that and know how to put the right amount of effort into that.
Right. Like I have like I think that's the kind of messed up weird thing I can point out is like I have basically no traditional like education for any of this. For me, like Gold, you know, went to college for programming and whatnot, though generally not specifically game programming from what I understand. There's a lot of stuff that you had to learn on your own, just like I have.
My college had 1 course on game programming, like, ever, and of course I jumped into it, and like the amount that I learned was nothing that you couldn't learn from just getting a book, which I got a book every now and then too with some ideas, and it's like, well, this isn't really anything that I can practically apply. I definitely learned the most by getting my hands dirty, so...
Yeah, like, and I basically learned everything from getting my hands dirty. I didn't know modeling, sound design, music. Like, I generally, like, I had a good understanding of game design, I feel like, from the start, but I had to get past some, like, hubris of thinking I was a little too good at it, and I needed, like, actual practice from this. And obviously for me, I didn't know programming either, and now I know a little bit, just enough that I can easily level with you with like what specifically we need coded, and occasionally script my own little things as needed. So I think one of the interesting things with it just is the fact that I definitely can encourage people with the idea that if you want to get into game development, now is like really the best time. Now, admittedly, the difficulty of actually marketing your game among, like, I mean, look at Next Fest. There are so many games here that we're basically competing for attention for. You have to love the idea of making the games. That's the one thing I can definitely say for sure. Like, it's a little stressful thinking about, like, oh, I really would like to make money from it so I could make this more of a dedicated job. But, yeah, so long as you love just the process of making games, there's never been a better time. Like, I use basically entirely free tools for the entirety of the work that I do, and most of them open source as well, because I use Blender and GIMP and LMMS for music, and I mean Unity has the free license that we're currently using that will eventually upgrade for just this game. That's the awkward part. We're gonna have to get the license eventually, but we only plan to release
one project.
Yeah, just one project. But the program we're probably going to move on to is Godot. And, yeah, that one's free. You know, being we've been discussing it, but haven't, like, dug in 100% into it, I still need to figure out if I'm 100% committed to learning that one. But, like, the problem is, I don't know if I've seen another one for the diversity of games we want to make that's like a better free option that doesn't have corporate nonsense attached to it. Like, you could probably guess by this conversation that our problem is we saw what happened with the licensing, the Unity licensing drama recently, and we're like, yeah, I want to enjoy making games, free me from this corporate, like, just nonsense, please.
Yeah, it's like there are some nightmare aspects to it. Like, I don't think there are very many people who enjoy making games who also enjoy marketing them. There might be a few out there. It'd be kind of tough to find them. But like, and there's the corporate nonsense, like you mentioned. There's all these kind of things. If you love making the game and you want to get it out there for people to see, that enthusiasm, that energy, what comes with the creative passion, that will carry you through a lot of obstacles. So it's like, it is kind of important that that's the core of what you're doing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It is, like, messed up, though, still at the same time. Waking up to, like, news of, like, oh, guess I gotta switch game engines if I don't want to deal with the sheer stress of what I'm reading. Like, I knew
That was
things...
quite the eventful week.
Like, it kind of does go to show a little bit of how, like, we can let the pot boil us in life. Because admittedly, it's a little awkward that, like... I mean, it's awkward to me that people seemed so surprised by it, but it's also awkward to me that I let, like, the red flags, like, sort of fade away in my, Actually, did I reset the defaults? One second. No, that's... interesting. Sorry, I just making note of things for later things. Where was I? Sorry. Yeah, with Unity, admittedly, I did kind of see the red flags. Unfortunately, while we were too far into development to switch, but, also, yeah, I guess I'm going back. It was just like a year before, with things like that company they bought that people really find incredibly questionable. And just other issues. Layoffs, the fact that they canceled that game. Like, it's like, I just want to enjoy games, and I guess that's the thing I've been thinking about with Godot, is... Godot... It has, like, it's not the most matured engine, but it's free and open source, and it has the feeling like, even despite potential issues, I'm still going to enjoy using it in the long run.
Yeah, like, you start with free and open source. It gets you a lot of personal brownie points from me, but it gets you, like, in the long run, some of the best workforce you can possibly get. Like, in the short run, you can do better and faster by having folks working on it with the intention of making it profitable. If it's open source, you don't have that end goal, so it's like you just have to deal with maybe some people who are volunteering, and others you can get a little bit of funding to pay for their time and everything, but it's going to be just a slower process. But you can have so many eyes on it. You can catch many more issues than like a black box system that a company would give you. So you're going to end up with something much stronger, much more robust. And if you've ever experienced the thing where, like, these big paid programs change over time and they take away your favorite feature and they change the layout so you don't know what's where anymore, you kind of get to dodge that, because the open source projects usually land on the best layouts, the best features. And if they're not, like, part of the core thing, you can add them as plugins.
Right. It's kind of a messed up thought where there's a higher chance, if there's, like, some kind of community shakeup in free and open source, there's a higher chance that it has a net positive, because it, like, I don't know, oftentimes the split will result in versions that are, like, better, or like, you know, have the user's intentions more in mind or whatever. Whereas if there's like a corporate shakeup for a lot of things like Unity, for instance, usually you can imagine it's something to do with the shareholders are not happy, and it's going to be for the worse for the consumer using the product. Or it's even if it's a net positive, usually it's related to trying to make the service profitable. And yeah, sometimes, I mean, honestly, that's kind of my messed up thing with releasing this game, is it's like, yeah, I want it to sell well and I want people to play it. Because making money in this world does, enable me to continue to do this as a job. But man, I hate money. If I could do this exact thing and, like, live comfortably without also having to make money, I mean, I would take that easily. Interesting. I wonder why. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out something weird. Oh my gosh, okay, let me not get wrecked here. But, yeah, so, yeah, it's kind of funny, though, because the Unity shakeup ended up being positive for, Godot as well. Just because it's brought a lot of people over to it. And it's kind of exactly what they need, just because one of the interesting catches with open source programs is that a lot of the types of developers that will use them are like junior developer type people, like how I started out and everything. People that have, their best years ahead of them, I guess you could say. I mean, we all have to start somewhere. But
yeah, we've kind of talked a little bit about what that's like.
And I guess like one layer to it is the fact that, unfortunately, to get the best engine for new developers like that, you can't have the junior developers contributing to the actual open source like code of the main branch. So you do need like the larger developers to take interest, so that more dedicatedly like longer existing in the industry developers are contributing to the high quality needs of open source. Because even though it's like free and supported by the community, the standards of open source is actually often very high. And that's why it comes out so well. Yeah. I guess that's for the future to think about, though, for whatever engine we pick next. And there's a chance we might find something else that suits our needs, but of all of the free and open source engines, Godot is like the most mature for later projects. Like,
I'm gonna need to get my hands dirty with whatever we choose to learn how it works and to get used to it and everything. But from everything I have heard with before doing that part, I think it's fine. I think it's suitable for what we need it to do.
Right.
We will see as we get that far.
I was able to import the models and assets of Great Gun Gauntlet into Godot and make a good-looking scene. So I can at least be confident that it can look visually similarly good as this. That said, we're not porting Great Gun Gauntlet to Godot. We're talking about next projects. We got on like a whole tangent here. I think we just kind of like ran out of... like, we've talked about everything and it just felt weird to reiterate, so this was just the topic that came up. So, For the rest,
I think it's the right timing for it. It's like we're getting close to the end of the stream. We've gone through pretty much everything that we need to about how this game works, what developing it has been like. Like, if folks are sticking around at this point, it probably means they're interested, they like what they see. So hearing a little bit of casual development talk probably is fine.
Yeah. I guess being late into the stream then. Here, let me get to the main menu. 'Cause that's probably better. Woo. I like that. I know it's a bug, but I like that. We've gone vaporwave. So for the last few minutes of the stream, I'm just gonna go through like screenshots I have from like older versions of the game and concept art just for the fun of it. I always like showing this stuff because it's like some of it's really old though, like really really old. Oh my gosh. And then some of it's stuff like this where I was testing textures and made something incredibly creepy, and it's just like, well, do I consider like using this as an idea for another robot later? You know, who knows? Oh man, I can definitely here's something for you. For if you want to know how much I improved my my ability to draw things and make things for marketing graphics. Here is one of the older pieces of art I made for a bit of marketing. And then, let's see, where is it? There it is. This, oh gosh, wait, that's like 8K. I just put an 8K image in, oh gosh, oh no. Give me a second. This is an 8K image. It'll, I'll get it, wait, this is gonna take too long. Let me fit to screen. There we go. Yeah, I would definitely say, of these two images. Can I just get, second, let me, where is it? Where is it? Color source. Bing, bada, boom. Yeah, I would definitely say this one is a bit higher quality than this one. So it's a fun learning experience. Man, I'm so glad I made that like marketing model. I have a lot of fun making little images for social media. Like, they're all so goofy.
Where the 8K graphics go.
Right? Oh my gosh. At this point, these don't even take that long. Actually, I have one in the oven. I'm not gonna show that now, but that'll come up in a later marketing thing. I thought I had more sitting around, but not in that folder at least. But yeah, let me go back to one of the things that's actually really fun. Actually, let me grab that again. Where is it? So one thing that's fun about this specific one is something I very distinctly wanted to be possible in this game. With making a marketing graphic like that. I wanted it to be possible for Gear Guy to actually look at bullets. Like, you might have been able to tell during gameplay. It's very subtle. I wanted it to be possible for the character to actually look at things in game similar to that. So I have an old video here of when I was testing out by making the wall something it could look at. I'm so happy with some of these effects. It's so fun. It's these little things that make me happy during development. It's so pointless, but I mean, I guess if the point is to enjoy the process, then it's not pointless at all.
I can remember having like some difficulties working out that feature initially. I feel like I remember there was a case where it was like it worked, but it was mirrored. So like if the bullet is on his right, he looks to his left, and then just turns the other way as it goes by. So it's almost like he's missing that it's there rather than seeing it.
Right. So I'm just looking at like old concept art that I had like drawn on paper. I somewhere where is it? Somewhere here I have like one of the original things I had like sent you when talking about the concepts of this game. Yeah, like was it this one? Yeah, if you want to know like how crusty some of the old mock-ups were. This was like before anything like ever worked at all. Like this was stuff where it's just like when selling the idea to Gold, like like the character isn't even like a character at all. And it's just like a bunch of boxes strapped together. It's man, it's crusty as heck.
Many mock-ups and prototypes start life this way.
Right. What's this one? Oh, I was testing out the different conveyor speeds. Also, I'm definitely gonna like run out of VRAM at this rate. Or yeah.
You can remove pictures that we can't see because they're hidden behind other pictures if it helps.
Nuh-uh.
This is small. What is this?
Why is this? Oh, it is an MP4.
Oh, this was... I think this was me demonstrating a bug to you, actually, where the character was, like, flicking around. Meh.
Gross. Bug reports? Ew.
I showed this one earlier, the old version of the character model.
I know I have like another example. Oh my gosh, what is this? Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, some of these old
like animations are just busted. Oh yeah, yeah.
So this is the first actual in-game screenshot of the game ever. When it was a flat plane with a cube that we were just testing moving with around with. So it's just like we get a little bit more and a little bit more. Bit by bit, the game comes together. Starts to get graphics. I was testing like light on the shots, which was a horrible idea.
They start to get more graphics.
Sorry, I had to scroll down for a second there.
It's like this is like such an older version too,
With all of the less realistic, more stylized
visuals, I guess.
just as it slowly came together.
The lighting in these screenshots isn't really different because I was experimenting with the lighting. It's more just different because over the course of a playthrough, if you didn't notice, it actually does change colors. And it was more extreme in the old demo. I wasn't really happy with just how much that was. Does this folder contain any of the new version? Oh my gosh, it just skips to the one that I had for the screenshots earlier. Do I have any more in this folder? I don't know.
Obviously the game currently, like, where's my screenshot folder? Do I just where screenshots maybe? Sure. That's probably good enough. Bam. What the game currently looks like compared to all of that. It's even compared to that version, it's definitely gotten even a little bit nicer looking. There's the development always kind of loops back on the game looking very purple. It's it's like either very blue or very purple. It's an odd thing with the lighting. I really like the comparison of like the lives in the top being changing from just little icons and just yeah.
It brings back like an odd sense of memories to see some of the old screenshots again, but I'm pretty happy with where they ended up with the modern iteration of it.
Right? Anyway, have whatever this is. I wish I had more of these buggy videos. Man, so okay, here's one. So we have the version of the player, like this was at one point the new version of the player, and so I've updated it even further from then. I don't know, it's interesting. Yeah, well, this is a comparison between the two versions, I think. Though wait, no, even that one's, oh gosh, this is, I forgot, I updated the character 4 times. Or there's 4 versions of it. Because this one has the smooth orb arms, but it doesn't have the, So, okay, where is it? I definitely have a screenshot from, like, blog images, maybe? Ah, crud, I don't have it in that folder. Where else would I have put that? Oh, it's here. Okay. So here's a fun part of development. So the model on the left is the older version. And you can see the detail difference between the two versions, where the other one had like the weird thick lines and the new one has like texturing and everything. Would you believe me that I improved as a developer to such an extent that even though the old one, it doesn't have like the diamonds aren't 3D, they're flat images, it's got just overall less detail. The new one is actually, one second, shrink this a little. The new one is actually lower poly than the old one. It doesn't even look like it's lower poly, but I was wasting so many polygons in the arms with those spheres that just retopologizing it better. Oh my gosh, it made such a difference. I remember
how impressive it was seeing some of those comparisons where it's like, here's the old version, here's the new version. The new version uses less resources, but it looks so much better.
Yeah, it was quite something during development. Yeah, on our website, Golden Krebs Studios, I have a development blog that has stuff like this if you're curious about more. I really wish I had more blog posts about like the old development, because sometimes videos like this is the only way you're gonna find some of these screenshots, but a lot of it is on the blog if you're curious about like more of the little in-depth things we've worked on. Again, as I've said before, if you want to see the pasta being made. What is this one? Oh my gosh. Just a lot of bullets being shot very fast, apparently. Oh man, this was again when I was experimenting with giving them lights. Ew. What other weird screenshots do I have that's worth showing? Oh yeah, I forgot. I did have this one. And it's funny, this one's outdated, but it shows like the 4 comparisons of like development during that time. And now there's like, I need like a 5th and a 6th level to it. Never talk to me or my son ever again. That's apparently what's going on there. Heck if I know what's going on in there. Oh. Oh my. This, okay, I know what happened in this one. We had a trigger collider that was accidentally, I think, set to a solid collider, and so things would enter the arena and never be able to leave? Oh, man.
Yeah, we had a little back and forth figuring out what was better between trigger colliders and solid colliders at first. Since, like, once you understand the physics engine and you understand like what they're really intended for, using them as intended usually works pretty nicely. But when you're like trying to do it yourself and you're trying to figure out the way things should work, sometimes you put one where the other one belongs and things can get a little bit wonky.
A little bit wonky. Sorry. It's another one. I must have really liked making videos of the staring thing. I think it's because having eyes follow things is always that like one point during video game development where a developer really feels like they've like made some cool progress learning how a lot of this stuff works. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like super subtle during gameplay, but it is there. And if you happen to notice it at the right moment, it can be a lot of fun that it is there.
Yeah, here it is. I got a comparison a while back of like... now this is before the turrets had their textures, so it's a little outdated, but... The old version versus the new version when it comes to, what the dark mode feels like, and it's like the old version was so bad by comparison. What else is worth just throwing on screen before what do we got here? Why do I have multiple copies of that? I don't know. I really like the image of like the heads flying everywhere. That's weird. Do I have problems?
I remember that like at some points like if Gear Guy lost a life, the particles he would give off was just like parts of his body like that. I remember we had a setting for particles where it was like we had a jump setting. Overdo it, so it's like your guy explodes and like 4 torsos and 3 heads fly off of him.
That I almost kind of want to add that back in. By the way, this was like
you never know.
This was like one of the most like weirdly exciting things for me. This screenshot of just the game on Steam.
Look, Ma, we made it.
I have, like, when I was testing the conveyors and the barriers and whatnot, my brain wants to go, is this loss? Anyway, let me just skip past that one. These are some... Oh my gosh, what was I doing at the time? Why are the points, like, that color? Yeah, I'm just... different things, I guess I was testing out at the time. This was when Gold had just recently redone the spawning and conveyor system, and so I wanted to like test out doing things on like different layers and whatnot. Later gauntlets are definitely going to benefit from these features more than the early ones. Oh yeah, okay, this was, oh man, okay, so these actually, these 2 screenshots are actually related to, the old system of spawning objects had like a speed limit. So the screenshot with only a couple boxes. The conveyor is moving at a speed of 30. And that was like the maximum amount of boxes it could be spawning. And the lower image is the same thing where it's moving at 30, but that was when you fixed it. And you made it better, and like apparently this is a speed of 40, and it's like the gaps only slightly increase. For reference, the conveyors barely ever go above 10, and so this was a stress test. This was a stress test and a half. I don't know what this was about.
These are the kind of fixes that always feel really satisfying when you see their end result.
Right. I do. Okay, so I know I said I avoid showing these things for like marketing stuff, but here, let me flash this on screen for a moment. I was experimenting with blocking out the horseshoe-shaped one I was talking about. Yeah, it's gone now. What else is worth showing? I mean, I think I've shown enough like old, like weird, crusty stuff. What the heck is this? I don't know what was going on. Well, okay, I know what was going on here, but very, very broken. Again, I really just liked testing everything with the heads exploding everywhere at one point. Dear goodness, dude. Anyway, I think I've got like 100 things open here in OBS. So I think now that it's past 9 o'clock, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for coming by. I hope you enjoyed us going at least a bit through like weird memory lane with some of this stuff. But also I hope you enjoyed us talking about the development, how it's gone, how it will be going, and yeah, don't forget to wishlist Great Gun Gauntlet. It comes out to Steam Early Access March 15th. And play the demo now. And yeah, we will actually probably have a patch out in just like a day or two, give or take the features we're working on if they need like some more work. But yeah, that's quite the screen to leave it on, isn't it? Yeah. Goodbye, everybody. See you next presentation, whenever that is. Also, don't forget that we have a Discord server, which I will link again in chat. And we have a website if you want to see more from our blog posts. You can also, most of our blog posts are also on our Steam community page. We have a Blue Sky now. Funny enough, we actually got on Blue Sky before it became open the last few days, but apparently Blue Sky is now available, like, without the invite codes. So, yeah. If you're looking to escape Twitter, that's probably an option. If we do presentations in the future, we will likely be doing them on our Twitch page. But we are probably going to get restreamed, so it'll also be here, or maybe even on YouTube. And apparently I don't have a link to the YouTube, but that's there if you want to... one second, let me actually... Where's our YouTube page? Why don't I have a link to it?
Is it on our website?
I mean, yeah, you know what? I mean... Oh gosh, that's autoplaying. If honestly, yeah, if there's anything, what? It's YouTube. Please stop autoplaying. Where is that page? Why can't? Hello? Is that not? I mean, I guess our website, it has the links to everything. Who cares?
I thought I had. Oh, wait. Wait, no, it's not there. Am I crazy? Sorry. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh my gosh. I need to have this link just ready at all times. Yeah, there's the full contact page on it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Stream over. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
I think this stays on this dark screen for like 5 more seconds. So, yeah, wishlist, great.